1:15 till the debate. Gives us plenty of time to take some calls. Ought to be good. Gonna let everybody know that I'm streaming. Copy link address. Notifications. Let's see. Kung Fu Joe. I don't know who the hell Kung Fu Joe is. Do not know who Kung Fu Joe is, but whatever. I mean, I remember my middle school biology course. I watched Aaron Ron as well. Gutsick Gibbon. We could take on this anti-evolution idiot. We could do this, no problem. All right, let me take a look here. So what is the... we're going to open up the phones. Druid says hello. Says, sup, kid? What do you mean, kid? God, I'm older than you. I'm older than you, Druid. What do you mean? Astro Williams says, love Aaron Ra. Me too. Me too. Big Aaron Ra fan on my end. Gonna have some stuff available. Flashy says, what the heck is this debate? LOL, right? How is it somebody like anti-evolution? It's just, I feel like it's beneath me. It's such a low-hanging fruit, you know? But ought to be good. Somebody actually gave me a fun little hint here. In one of the comments. BossCube.zone said, this will be interesting. I will look forward to seeing evidence of one kind producing a distinct other kind. And Kung Fu Joe responded 42 minutes ago saying, spoiler alert. So, rest assured, I pulled up some experiments on that one. So this ought to be good. It's my cat's birthday today. It's Pepper's birthday. And you're right, my duties. I got her some tuna. Bobbies, you want to say hello to everybody with the tuna? Here, I'm going to take the tuna and you come up here. Come here. Come here, Bobbies. Everybody wants to say hello to you. Come here. Happy birthday, Bobbies. Come here. Pepper, come here. Pepper, come up. Uppies. I swear, she always comes up at the beginning of a stream, but now that I ask her to be up here, she's like, no. All right, I'll leave you alone. It's your birthday. I'm not going to make you do anything you don't want to. I'm not going to make you do anything you don't want to, Bebber. All right. Yeah, it's like that's actually a huge problem. It's like a kind is basically a species, but it's also not. Yeah, it's a super goalposty way to describe it. It's basically using the biblical terminology, which is an unscientific term. And it's like, can you prove this unscientific thing to this other unscientific thing? It's just stupid. It's just idiotic. Let's see here. Even someone like Professor Dave Explains has debated evolution, and it's mostly religious people that do not believe in evolution. But it's not even a belief. I wouldn't even call it a belief. Belief would be like, oh, I think without any substantiation the existence of this thing, when I have a lot of substantiation. And it's like, it's pretty clear. It's clear as day. Anyway, let's play some games. We're going to be taking calls. If y'all want to call in, we can. If not, we're going to just play some Wind Waker. Do you guys like Wind Waker? Do you like Wind Waker? Because I love Wind Waker. I love Zelda. Zelda's great. Who doesn't love Zelda? Zelda's just a bop. You could just have a bop with Zelda. All right. Here we go. They say that we're the one with a religion. That's just stupid. We all know that's dumb, right? We know that's dumb. First, you need to see a Jim Bob debate. You might actually crash out. Maybe. Hi. Hello. Wow, I hope I'll be able to jump like you someday, 1stAmender. Wow. Oh my goodness. Gonna go this direction over here. Looks like we got a guy. I just saw a wild pig. Oh, look, see that black one there? Don't you see him? This is perfect. My wife was just telling me how she really wanted a pet. You ready to go grab it, 1stAmender? Now, you can't run onto it. Pigs are too alert about their surroundings. You have to jog up and capture one. If you want to get close to one, you have to hold R to crouch and tilt to crawl slowly up behind it, but slowly. You could also distract it with bait, I guess. Okay. I got you. Don't worry. Where's the pig? Oh, there he is. Let's go get him. Got him. I got the pig. Hey. Hey. Can I talk to him? Can I? How do I drop? Drop? Remember, you can't frighten those oinkers. Okay, we already did that. All right, we're good. I guess he didn't want the pig anyway. Hey, 1stAmender, press L right there and use A to talk to me. That's correct. You're a smart one. Yo, Kung Fu Joe, I saw him when he defeated Tai Lung and became a dragon warrior. Yeah, that's literally all I could find when I first, looked him up. You, my friend, have just L-targeted me. You see, when you press L, you can target certain object. For one, use it quite often to talk to folks who are far away from me. Of course, even if there isn't anything around to target, you can press L to face forward. You know, it's quite handy indeed. There's a myriad of other ways to use L-targeting as well. Quite an ingenious little thing, if I do say so myself. Of course, that is not the only trick in my bag. Not remotely. I could teach you a few more things if you'll just climb up to that ladder over there and drop by my room. I don't know why I made that sound creepy. It's not supposed to be creepy. All right, here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, hold on. Let's turn up the music. Let's turn it up. And also, is there a way to set Dolphin to where it will not play while I have it minimized or whatever? It's not too loud, is it? You're growing up, 1stAmender, which means you need as much wisdom as you can get from this point forward. And if you want to be wise, you must first know things. Now I was born before you, so now all sorts... should I do a voice? Now before I was you, so I know all sorts of things. Yes, I've been studying all manners of topics for many years now. Now I can tell you're a smart lad. Lately, I've been thinking it's time for me to pass on some of my wisdom down, and I think you're one that I'm going to pass it down to. Count yourself lucky, lad. Everything you see tacked to the walls here is something I've researched thoroughly. So wait, hold on. Did you just like research all those pots? Druid says, you named Link wrong. And before you ask, yes, I do know my filing system is odd. No, I was going to ask you about those pots. Organizational issues aside, however, it is all extremely useful information. You would do well to read it all very carefully. Reading leads to knowing, you know. Cowcrapper says, hey, folks, what's up? My pots! I spent an entire... Such a racket! Can't you keep quiet? You've knocked everything off my shelves, you dratted hooligan! Honestly, the hooligan I'm referring to is my younger, much less intelligent brother who lives just downstairs. He hates studying all day, every day. The lout just exercises and practices with his weapons. Does he exercise his brain? No, the brain's a muscle too, I think. Anyway, the only thing he does is study the art of fighting. Right now, for instance, he's been studying fencing and whatnot, as if that's any of use to anyone. He simply doesn't know how to do anything besides exercise. I ask you, what's a brother to do? Oh my. Tell your brother that you love him. He's your brother. I hope you don't mind. I'm breaking these. I'm gonna go look up here. Let's explore. Ow. Just knocked something else. Is he gonna get upset because I knocked something down? Ah! Yo, it's mind-blowing people do not believe in evolution. Like, why? I know, right? How do you deal with, like, the entire geologic, like, column? Like, how do you deal with that? I believe in evolution. It's hard to not believe in it. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it's like, you can literally believe in God and still, like, understand evolution. Like, it's just stupid. Whoa, look at the kid with the booger. He's so funny. Your grandma was calling for you, 1stAmender. And so was my mom. Do you guys like the sound I made for the kid? Ow. Gotta talk to grandma. Talk to grandma. Lift this. Throw this. Hi, Grandma. You've been waiting for you, 1stAmender. 1stAmender. Try these on. Time certainly flies. I can't believe you're already old enough to wear these clothes. Yay, you got the hero's clothes. They look like they might be a little warm for this weather. He's so upset. Don't look so disappointed, dear one. Just try them on. Today is a day to celebrate. It is the day that you become the same age as the young hero spoken in all of the legends. You only have to wear them for one day, so don't look so down. Be proud, child. But Grandma, these tights look gay, says Flashy. In the olden days, this was the very day boys were finally considered to be men. They were taught the ways of the sword and prepare them for battle with their enemies. Sorry. Amender's old person voice. LMAO. But we don't live in such an age any longer. Our ways are the ways of peace. Nowadays, I suppose Orca's the only one on the island who still knows anything about sword play. Hanging the family shield on the wall as decoration is another tradition that has been carried down from those days. Does all this make sense to you? Isn't that nice, 1stAmender? They suit you perfectly. A perfect fit. Well, tonight I'm going to invite the whole town over for your birthday party, so I better start getting ready, shouldn't I? Your grandma is going to make your favorite soup for you tonight. I just know you're looking forward to it. Now, go get your sister, Errol. Okay. Okay, Grandma. Okay. Off I go. Man, Link doesn't respond as fluidly as he does in Tears of the Kingdom. I'm going to have to get used to that. Hi, lady. Oh my, 1stAmender, congratulations. That outfit looks cute on you. Hey, your little sister Errol was looking for you not too long ago. Oh, did I tell you? She was watching me not too long ago, and she said she wanted to learn to carry jars on her head too, so she could help Grandma do chores. Hey, if you see Errol, tell her that all she needs to do is lift a jar and stand in front of it and press A, then set it down. She just needs to press R. Tell her, okay? All right. I will. Kicks sand. I am hating on Cowcrapper, not gonna lie. Don't bully Ixka, otherwise I have to time you out. I don't want to time you out. Come on, behave, be nice. Is this Link or Zelda? Link is the main character. Link is the main character. That's the one in the green. Zelda is the princess. This island is very patriarchal, 1stAmender. Hello, Errol. Ah, hoy, big brother. Did Grandma make that outfit for you? But wow, you look like you're being way too hot in those clothes. I guess they're pretty neat, though. So anyway, 1stAmender, can you close your eyes and hold out your hand? Just for a second. I'm going to give you my most treasured belonging, but just for one day. Happy birthday! Hey, we got a telescope. This is your sister's most precious belonging. Treasure it dearly. Set it to Y, Z, or X, and use it by pressing whatever button you set it to. Now, do it now, and see what you can see. So, well, do you like it? I'm letting you borrow this special gift just because you're my big brother. Aren't you lucky? Hee hee hee. Oh, why don't you try it out right now? Try looking over at our house from here. Okay. Da 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 da. An eagle man. There's a man who's an eagle. Oh, Postman looks kind of weird, doesn't he? Sure does. Ah! 1stAmender! The sky! Look up at the sky! I'm looking. ¿A dónde? ¿A dónde? I'm looking. Oh, there. Oh! Oh! I mean, first, how can I really hate him? He just blocked me and called me subhuman. Just chill with Cowcrapper is great. Cowcrapper's good, people. Dun 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 dun. Pee! Oh, bye, Zelda. 1stAmender, this is so terrible. That girl fell into the forest. She needs help. But it's also too dangerous for you to go in there without something you can use to defend yourself with. I know. Let's go talk to Orca. Ow. I'm going. We're going. Roll. Do I roll? Do I move any faster by rolling? I do. Just a little bit. Oh, sorry, kid. Sploosh. When is the debate, says Flashy? In about an hour. For now, we're just going to play some Wind Waker. Maybe take some calls. If you guys want to call in, you can. Okay. Orca. Let's talk to Orca. Hey, yo, what's up, cut? What up, cut? Oh, what is the matter, 1stAmender? Do you have a... Okay, that's probably racist. Hold on, how do I fix that? You have an urgent look about you. Have something happened? Whatever it is, from the look on your face, I suspect it is no laughing matter. What say you, 1stAmender? Ah, have you come for some serious instruction in the way of the sword? Yes, sir. Very good. Your first lesson shall be the horizontal slice. Face me and press B. Do not fear for my safety. I am ready for you. Bah, bah, bah. Okay. Good. Keep coming until you hear me say very good. Bah. Wrongly. Only press B. Okay. Very good. Next is the vertical slice. Hold L to target me, then press B. Keep swinging. Very good. Next is the thrust. L target, tilt up, and press B. Come at me with your sword. B. Very good. Keep thrusting. Next is the spin attack. Hold B briefly and build up your strength and then release it on, or rotate once and then press B. Very good. More. Keep it up. Next is harder. This is the parry attack. L target until you see A, then quickly press A to perform a defensive strike. Very good. And again, L target and watch closely for A. Very good. Now finally, the jump attack. Draw your sword, L target, and press A. Come at me once more. Bam. That was a fine display. Okay. We did it. And yet, I sense a certain anxiousness in that sword you hold, an eagerness that goes far beyond the mere desire to be wielded from the fields of battle. I do not know what has happened, but I have faith in you. Somehow I doubt you will misuse that sword. You may have it, 1stAmender. I give it freely. Take the blade with you. Dun 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 dun! I got the hero sword. Use it wisely and carefully. You do not want to let down the kind old man who has entrusted it to you. Since the olden days, this sword has been used to fend off evil. Its blade is infused with the desire to become strong and righteous. Be strong, 1stAmender. He's really intense. I'm here for it. Cowcrapper says, this is a Zelda game I have not played. Man, what a shame, because this is a really good one. This one's really good. More water in this game than any Zelda game, and Link cannot swim. That is true. Link literally cannot swim in this game, or the amount that he can swim is very limited, and it never upgrades, by the way. Never. There's not a single time where the swimming mechanic upgrades. You jump into the water and then boom, there's your little circle, and hope you can last long enough to you know, not drown. That's it. That's how that works. It never improves. Never. It's like a stamina meter that never goes up. Very sad. Very sad. But it's okay. You don't really need all that. You could just kind of fly around and, you know, look, a pirate ship. Wow. Wait, should we collect pigs? Collect pigs? Collect pigs? Yeah, let's collect some pigs for that lady. What do you want, kid? No, you're a booger. You got boogers. No, ew, boogers. You got boogers. Ew. Sorry. I like the noises in this game. Nope. I didn't mean to do that. Come on, catch him. Get him! Why didn't you get him? Got him. Wait. Alright, where's the pig? Where is the cage? That's where water is. Ah, right over there. There's the lady that needs the piggies. Pepper goes, heard a meow. Yes, my cat is trying to give me stuff. Why did you just bring the little piglet all the way here just for me? Oh, thank you so much. I've been thinking of getting a pet pig for a while now. The boys will be so happy when they get home, you sweetie. Oh, 1stAmender, hold out your hand. This is your reward. Wow, red rupees. Money. Hi there. Look, it's Pepper. Say hello to Pepper, everybody. Happy birthday to Pepper. Everybody say happy birthday to the buddies, to the duties. Are you done with the albacore tuna? Here, there's a little bit left. You don't want albacore tuna? Do you want the albacore tuna? It's just, oh. She thinks there's like something wrong because I'm giving her something. She's just like, what do I have to do for this? Because I always like have her like do a specific behavior anytime I give her a treat. So she's kind of like leery about the fact that she just gets a treat with no strings attached, I guess. Happy birthday to Peppers. Yeah, she gets the albacore tuna. Yeah. Last year I gave her too much tuna and she vomited my tuna. I gave her the full can and she was just like, this is too much tuna, but I can't stop eating. All right, bubbies. I'll let you have that down there. It's Pepper's birthday. Wow. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, this little darling is as cute as a button, you know. It's so cute. I wouldn't mind having even more of them. Okay. I'm sure there are perfectly normal reasons why you want more, but okay. Piggy! Piggy. That's 2. How many do I give her? Why, did you bring me another piglet? Oh, were you all worried that this little guy would get lonely hanging around inside the fence all by himself? That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard! Thank you so much for bringing us yet another family member. Here's a little something for you. Wow, money. If you find any other little piggies, let me know where to bring them. Okay. Is there a heart piece involved? Is there a heart piece involved? Is there a piggy down at the... Nope. It's not piggies. Any other piggies? Piggy. Piggy? Are there piggies here? Everyone like the stream for Pepper's birthday. Yeah, true. It's Pepper's birthday. Wow. Wow, it's Pepper's birthday. We can siddle. How do you say that? Sidle? Siddle? I've always said siddle. Siddle. Sidle. We could just siddle. If you do not like the stream, then it is clear you do not like Pepper the cat. God dang. Brutal. All right. Exactly. Bobro is right, you guys. You better like Pepper. You better like the stream for Pepper's sake. Is there any other piggies? Do I got to get any other piggies? How many piggies are there on this island? Like, what are we talking here? I see a little crab. Look at a little crab. See a crab? Would it hurt us? This just ran off. Any other? Oh, I think I see one on the other side. Do we got to collect that one and give it? Also, this sea stick is really sensitive. I see a piggy. No, that's a rock. Is that a rock or a piggy? That's a rock. Ew, boogers! Boogers! Wait, Bobro, I was gonna like the stream, but when you said that, I changed my mind. LMAO. Dang. Dang. Looks like you hate Pepper. You hate my cat, Pepper. I see how it is. Alright, here we go. Get the pig! Get the pig! Can I just say this game is not aged a day? It looks gorgeous. This is literally what it looks like on GameCube. Look how nice it looks. It looks so good for a GameCube game. I'll be like, oh my god. It's such a good looking game. Nah, I like the stream. Don't worry. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wee, wee. Okay. Oh, look at this one. You sure do know where to find the cutest pigs on the whole great sea. Hey, oinker, oink, oink. Now these things will ever be so much more lively in the pen. It's like a big pig jamboree in there. Thank you so much. Oh, that's right. I can't let you leave without giving you a present. Happy birthday, 1stAmender. Yay, red rubies. I feel like she will give me... I guess I think I better some names for these little oinky woinkies, huh? You're getting a little weird for me. It's getting weirder as I keep giving you more pigs. If I find another pig. Where is my cheeseburger eating kitty? It's funny. Cheeseburger? That's the last thing she needs, Phil. Do you guys remember that? Cheeseburger? All right. Methinks. I mean, is that all the piggies? I think that is. Oh man, it's satisfying hitting this grass. Ooh. The music just flicked off. It's just the subtle noise of the wind. Very nice. Good atmosphere. Onward. Okay. Oh, there she is. Collect her. Oh, can we? Whoa. Uppies. Jumpies. Uppies and jumpies. Oh, you can crawl through that, I'm pretty sure. And look, there's a moblin. There's 20 rupees. Oh, they have cool noises. Oh, man. I love that noise. God, this game's got good sound design. Oh, man. Yeah, no, this is top tier. I can already tell this is going to be a top tier adventure. I can already tell. Just off the top. Like, we're going to beat this game. It's going to be top tier. Oh, I like that noise. Wee. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, this game is so beautiful and stylish. Wee. Yo. Whoop. Oh, boy. Link is so expressive in this game. Look how expressive he is. Wow, what's with that getup? Well, whatever. So where am I? Oh, that's right. That giant bird came and... Miss Tetra! Oh, thank goodness you're safe. When I thought you'd get dropped on the... Wait, hold on. I gotta fix it. Hold on. When I thought you got dropped on this summit, I thought for sure you'd... Summit? So that bird dropped me on top of a mountain? Well, wasn't that nice of it? Well, don't just stand there. Let's go. Time to repay our debt to that bird in full. But miss, what about this boy? Don't worry about him. Come on. Like it's just standing there. It's like, whatever, bro. Hoy, big brother! Something bad's gonna happen to her, for sure. Hi! Mind the step. Mind the step. Bye, sister. Brother! Stupid kid. Get a hold of yourself. She's gone. There's nothing you can do. No. My sister. No. Oh, my sister. I need my sister. What? You want to come with us on our ship? Do you understand what you're asking? We're pirates. You know, pirates? The terror of the seas? What do we get about bringing some helpless little kid along with us? I'll tell you what we get. A headache. I know just how you must feel with your sister having been kidnapped and all, but that doesn't really have anything to do with us, now does it? And how do you figure that? Oh, shit. Whoa there. Just who are you? Where do you get off butting in on someone else's conversation? Please, all I mean to say is that your big bad pirates hadn't come to this quiet little island. That poor girl wouldn't have been snatched away by that bird. And just what do you mean by that? Just be quiet for a moment and I'll tell you. Now, as my work entails delivering letters, I spend much of my time traveling amongst the very many different islands. As a result, I hear many things. Haven't any of you heard word of that young girl's been getting kidnapped lately from all regions of the Great Sea? No matter. Whether you've heard it or not, that seems to be the case. Young girls with long ears like yours have been getting kidnapped, never to be seen again. And unless my eyes fail me, the young girl who was just kidnapped from this island also has long ears, does she not? Much like you do, Miss Fearsome Pirate. My point is that bird mistook that poor girl for you, and that's why it grabbed her. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was young 1stAmender here who saved you from the monsters in the forest, wasn't it? Is this true? Oh, and while I'm at it, I might as well tell you that the bird that kidnapped both you and 1stAmender's sister has made a foul nest to the north, on the heights of the Forsaken Fortress. The Forsaken Fortress? Isn't that place where... So, what are you going to do? Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be unreasonable for you to give 1stAmender a little help, now would it? Humph. I don't need you to tell me that. Even if I were to consider it, lately I've heard nothing but evil rumors about this Forsaken Fortress. You can't possibly mean to go there with nothing but a cheap little sword? That's not brave. It's stupid. I mean, come on. Even a simple little island like this would have to have something you could use as a shield. You know, something to protect yourself with. Anything? Tell you what, if you come back with something like that, we'll let you stow away on our ship. Oh, and one more thing. Once we leave, you won't be coming back here for a while, so you'd better say goodbye to your family while you have the chance. I don't want you getting all weepy-eyed and homesick on me. Adventure! Sorry. Adventure! It's time for adventures. Wow. It's good times right now. This is good. Oh my. Look, oh God, Grandma looks so worried. Oh God. What is it, 1stAmender? Please tell Grandma what's troubling you. And where's Errol? Is she still playing? Oh, is she still playing outside with the gulls? Just gonna. The shield. It's gone. Grandma's got it. 1stAmender. Is this what you're looking for? Oh no, she doesn't want him to go. Oh. Poor Grandma. Take it with you. You got the hero shield. This is the legendary shield said to have been used by the hero himself. Hold R to defend yourself. You can also hold R to defend while L targeting. Aw. I guess it is true. Errol really has been kidnapped, hasn't she? What kind of monster could take such a sweet young child? Oh, Errol. Well, we got the shield. Bye, Grandma. I love you. Mwah. Bye. I'm ready to go. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. I'm 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 ready. Wait. Shop. Rugby saying, not 1stAmender, playing Peak. Wait, are you saying like Peak the video game or Peak video games? Oh, a customer. Welcome to Beetle Shopship. I deal in pretty much everything and everything. Do you have anything you don't need? If you do, show it to me and I'll pay top rupees for your junk. Or do you see anything you'd like to buy? Just use right to browse, I guess. Your pair. Okay, well, I'm gonna get this bait bag. Thank you. Bait bag. We got ourselves a bait bag. Mac says, did the evolution debate already happen? No, it has not happened yet. It's happening at 8 o'clock today. So you're 30 minutes. 1stAmender, I'm so disappointed about the new mandates for car manufacturers to put in sensors, cameras, and basically brick cars if the driver doesn't seem to be calm and alert enough to drive. Democrats voted for this. That's funny. Thank you. I love that. Thank you. I'll never forget you. I'm going to make a member's card just for you. When you buy lots of things and build up your points, something good will happen to you. Something very good indeed. My shop is kind to its customers. No other shop will do this sort of thing for you. I'll have you know. You now have 1 point. Should you try to save up 30 points, you can earn a silver membership. I could use some all-purpose bait. Bait bag. Bait bag. I got my bait bag. Thank you. Buy one of these. And then I guess I'll fill up on the rest on bait. Hi-oi, pair. I debated Jim Bob on evolution. What should I worry? What should I be prepared for, Mac? Do you want to have a quick call on Discord and then we'll talk about it? Bait bag. Okay, I think I'm good. Bye. It's so fun. He's so fun. Boop, boop, boom, boop, boop, boom. Mac says sure. Can you call me? Are you able to call me? Do you even have me added? I don't even think you have me added. I'm looking. You're Smocrates, right? I'm in VC1 of your Discord. All right, hold on. I'll move you into the recording room because I don't. Hey, what up, Smock?
Yeah.
What should I watch out for? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
What should I watch out for?
I don't know. I don't know who this guy you're debating is, so I'm not sure what things he's going to come out with.
Wait, didn't you say that you that you had a debate with him?
Oh, you're debating Jim Bob?
His name is Kung Fu Joe. Is that Jim Bob?
No. I debated Jim Bob.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were talking about the person that I'm gonna debate is the person you debated. So I was like curious. Yeah.
This guy probably knows more about evolution than Jim Bob is. I think it's pretty impossible not to know more.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, hopefully. All right. I thought you were debating anyway. No problem. Well, I'm gonna keep streaming. I appreciate you.
Did you want me to I could share my opening with you?
I already actually have. I have one already prepared.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying you have to use this as an opening. Just what kind of arguments are you going with? Are you going with like ERVs or?
Yeah. So basically, I wanted to talk about the geologic. Well, I'm not gonna spoil it. I can't spoil it, right? Because he might be listening.
True.
Right now.
Yeah, no problem.
He might be listening right now, so I'm not gonna do it right now. But you'll hear it when it comes to my intro. And I have some stuff to provide. Yeah. Let me take a look here. It says, Douglas Paxton says, if we evolved from apes, then why are they still here? So we have a distant cousin to apes. And also we ourselves are of the great ape category. So it's that you have a common ancestor and then they all split off. So that's why you would see things like chimpanzees and other great apes, not just humans. I thought that after evolution, things disappeared. Yes, things do disappear as they change over time. Why hasn't man grew a tail if he's still evolving? We actually do literally have a tail. It's a tailbone, right now it's vestigial. But there are instances where it is fully functional in certain mutations. So it would be an example of a vestigial part of the body. And so man has in fact grown tails. the fact that we even have a tailbone is an example of a distant cousin that likely contained a tail. Second question, why has coelacanth been caught if they went extinct? It was proposed that they were extinct because we saw similar fossils like the coelacanth, only to find that it was in fact still alive. It's kind of like, why are there still horseshoe crabs? Horseshoe crabs are really, really old, but like the problem is that it's like an efficient creature. So while it would have changed over time, it doesn't have a need to change if its environment hasn't changed significantly over time. Let's see. Third question. If scientists say that dragons couldn't generate fire, then how does the bombardier beetle produce burning chemical? Well, dragons don't exist. The limbs is physically impossible. Like the 6-limbed like lizard like that, it's just not a thing. It would have to have two front legs, 2 back legs, and then a tail in order to be that. And so you would have to have 2 additional limbs to make wings. So that doesn't really make any sense. Then how does the bombardier beetle produce a burning chemical? I actually am not sure what the exact evolutionary pathway is for a bombardier beetle, but I'm sure I could like look that up and find out. It'd be very interesting.
Yeah, they actually have 2 different sacs that once they combine, that's when the reaction happens.
Fourth question is, I wonder if the fountains of the deep opening during the flood, Noah wouldn't be the water found by scientists under the oceans. I have no idea what that question even is. That wasn't even a question. Maybe rephrase it, because that was totally nonsensical. Last human sighting of a dragon was in 1905. There are no dragons. Dragons aren't real. I mean, unless if you think like a Komodo dragon is a dragon, there are no dragons. It's taxonomically impossible. Anyway, I'm going to hang up from the recording live. Just watch on my YouTube channel. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Anyway. Let's see. All right, I think we're ready to go. So talk to them and then... Wow, that's a decrepit old shield. Are you sure you could still use that thing? Are you going to get splinters and cry? Well, whatever. If you're ready, then let's go. Let's see. Old dictionaries listed dragons as extremely rare creatures. Okay, but dragons are not real. They never existed. They're not real. Okay, moon landing isn't real. Yes, it's real. The fact that there's like a mirror that we use telescopes to point to it, and it's a mirror that we humans placed on the moon, and we can get it reflecting right back to us on Earth, is an example. Yes, we have been on the moon. This is empirically verified. Also, the fact that we brought moon rocks back is an example that, yes, humans have been on the moon. Good luck, 1stAmender. Good luck finding Errol. Okay, adventure starts. Find sister. Step 1, find sister. Douglas says, because you said so? No, not because I said so. No, because the overwhelming amount of evidence said so. You don't have to listen to me. You could just look at the evidence and come to that conclusion. Ugh, how much longer is this going to go on, do you think? Do you have an estimate? She's so snarky. I like her. Are you sure you shouldn't just quit right now? Seriously, think about it. I can tell you're just going to get more sentimental from here on out. There's still time, you know. There's. Are you sure we shouldn't just turn around and take you back to your island? Why would you want to do that? We're here to save our sister. We got to save our sister. Yeah, the government and NASA wouldn't lie, huh? Man, dude, you're dumb. Holy crap. Holy crap, you're dumb. Damn. You literally just said dragons are real. There's zero evidence of dragons. And taxonomically speaking, it doesn't make any sense. How exactly do you get a lizard with 2 extra limbs? Like, it unironically makes no sense. 1stAmender? Listen, kid, you can't just stand around on deck. You'll get in everyone's way. I've told Nico to look after you, so you'd better report below deck and ask him what he should be doing. Okay. Oh, hi. That Nico didn't make out half bad. With you being the new swabby and all. The new swabbies always get stuck doing the hardest work. It's a real raw deal, but hey. I'll tell you, it sure sounds like Nico is happy to finally not be on the bottom rung of the pirate ladder. You bet he is. Hey, but don't sweat it. I'm sure you'll do fine, just as long as you don't disobey him. Okay. The Bible talks about giants too. Yeah. So there's actually, I remember reading a hypothesis about the existence of giants and why so many cultures seem to think giants did exist, even though giants never existed. The reason why is because there would be people that would travel through Siberia and observe these skulls. And I'm going to show you. They would observe these skulls. Hold on. Give me a moment. Hold on. Copy image address. Give me a moment. Yeah, so basically what they would see is they would observe these skulls here. If it's gonna do it. Okay, here we go. In Siberia. And so people rightly looked at this and was like, dude, that has got to be like a giant. It's a giant. You know, just seeing this. Now, obviously this is a mammoth. It's just a mammoth skull just lying down there. But they would travel through Siberia and observe what seemed to be a giant hole for an eye. And they were like, all right, that's like a cyclops giant. That's unironically what they thought. But in reality, there is no fossils for a skull for a giant. And specifically why is because we have not developed the evolutionary pathways necessary to have a heart or vascular system or organs big enough to supplant for there being a giant. All right. Anyway. Stop right there. This is Miss Tetra's cabin. Most of us real pirates aren't even allowed in here. There's no way we're letting an outsider in. Don't you even think it? I love how dumb these guys are. They're great. I like them. It's Nico. Oh, well now. Ahoy there, Swummy. As of today, I am your supervisor, Nico. Now, I promise I'll go easy on you, so you'll do as I say, okay? Right, now first off, you have to take a test that all new pirates have to take. It's a bit of a doozy, so get ready. You watch everything I'm about to show you and be real careful, like, so you can cram it into your no doubt mushy, swabby brain. All right, here we go. First off, you gotta press this switch. That's the only easy part. Just walk up to it, step on it. Presto. Switch pressed. Bloop. He's so proud. He just wants to show us. Now, check it out. After these platforms rise up from the floor, you gotta jump on them. Okay, so I was able to jump from this first one myself, but the next one's too far, right? That's what you gotta do to this. If you jump right on the rope, you can grab onto it and back and forth with a swing. Next, until you get close enough to the next platform and press A to let go and jump on it. Boop. So, do you think you get how to do it? You have to swing from platform to platform to try to get to the entrance of that room over there. Here's the problem, though, Swabby. The platforms only stay raised for a little while, so if you don't get there by the time they drop, you'll have to start over. Okay. She's great. Oh, man, this game's going to be fun. It will probably at least take you 1 year before you're good enough to make it all the way here. 1 rough year. 1 tough year, full of bumps and bruises. Of course, if you manage to do it faster, I'll reward you. Now, give it a try. This ought to be good for a chuckle or two. I feel like I answered all of his questions clearly and concisely. Meanwhile, he's like, by the way, dragons are real. Oh, shit. Hey, what are you doing? You have to jump and make it over here. Falling isn't part of the program, Swabby. Here's one more thing I forgot to tell you. When you're hanging from a rope, you can hold R and tilt and yeah. What do you mean searched up the Nixon thing he mentioned? He's right. All right, here we go. One more time. I'm going to try again. Oh boy. Did it too good. 7:43. We got a little bit more time of this. It took him a year. What? You did it already? I'm proud to have you as my underling. Cafe says, by the way, love the profile and the name, saying, "Oh, Wind Waker. Hell yeah, let's go." I wonder if it's okay to just give that to him. I don't see why not. I doubt I'll get busted. All right, Swabby, I'll tell you what. You're going to have the treasure in that chest over there. It's your reward from the great and generous Nico. Hurry and take it before someone comes. All right. Sick. Give me treasure. Oh, the spoils bag. 8 types of items. Great. Wow. Hey, 1stAmender, we've reached the Forsaken Fortress. Hurry up and get up here. Well, that was fast. Damn. I thought we were going to be here a while. Guess not. All right. Gonna go up. Oh yeah, this is like a really funny scene. I remember this. This is good. This is good stuff. Oi, here I am, up here. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. were you doing with Nico? Don't tell me you were playing some stupid game for treasure, were you? Maybe. Well, whatever. There's something you need to see. Have a look over there. That's the cursed isle known as the Forsaken Fortress. Oh my. There are all sorts of strange rumors about this place. What I know that long ago it used to be a hideout of no good group of pirates we used to compete with, but they were just small time. Now this place looks pretty dangerous. Ah, I knew it. Look. Over there. Over there, by that window. Have you ever seen so many seagulls flock like that before? I'll bet you anything that that's the place where they got your sister locked up. But it looks like that their whole place is under really tight guard. This won't work. We'd be spotted before we get anywhere near landing there. What do we do now? Oh boy. I don't like that look. Look, don't struggle. If you really want to get to that dangerous place like that, this is the only way to do it. Trust me. We pirates do this all the time. Don't worry about it. It'll be a piece of cake. Is everybody ready? Never you fear, kid. We're pros. We're going to launch you good. Oh boy. 3, 2, 1. Dang. That kid is dead. Somehow alive and lost his sword. Miss Tetra, did we just kill a kid? Maybe. Cowcrapper says, I come back and we are talking about Bible NASA conspiracy. Yeah, bro. By the way, he thinks dragons are real. I slipped the stone into your pocket just before we fired you over there. It's no ordinary stone either. We can see what you're doing through the stone, and obviously you can hear me through it. So if you see A, you better press that button. I put your stone on the quest status screen, so start L or R used to scroll around. It's pretty basic. But here, listen carefully. I need this back after you save your sister, so don't go losing it, you understand? All right, hold on. So I'm going to save real quick. And we got to start getting ready. We got to start getting ready. So game is saved. It's a good spot. Is there any... I'm gonna just mute the sound for that. All right. Debate press. Evolution. Okay. All right. Let's get started here. All right, StreamYard it is. All right, entering the studio. To keep the studio secure, this host asks you to connect with YouTube or Facebook? That's new. There's 1stAmender. Continue. I think we're good. Pro tip, up to 10 people can be up on stage. Continue as 1stAmender. Hold on. OBS. Allow all visiting the site. Is the mic working? No. Let me get the audio going. Microphone MV7. Speaker's good. Do not automatically adjust my mic volume. Holy crap. Do not do that. Absolutely not. Keep that at 100. Do not do that. Absolutely not. All right, I think we're good. Display name. Just Pro Evolution. Okay. I think we're ready. Mahdi Allah says the devil doesn't love anyone, including his own. There is no devil. Excadriller says, I don't know about Plato is gay, but Plato believes that the rational mind must be in control of the spirit and the appetite, so even if he was gay, maybe he wouldn't have had relations with a man. Dang Muslim in that chat Sigma. Mahdi says, don't let nothing turn you from your creator. There is no God. Do not use sarcasm on him. Just saying. I've seen him. Okay, dude. There's no God. At this point, we're just waiting. Let me get this, like, I'm going to just put it like this. I have a feeling that it's going to change, though. I don't know if I can... Well, I'm sure it's fine. Amender, correction. Christian Bale is God. Duh. Mahdi Allah says to you. No, unfortunately, it's to everyone. The question is whether or not people are willing to admit it. I cannot find any evidence of the existence of any force, like, within the universe that is not already explained by just natural science. And then, like, if we presume that, okay, maybe God is, like, outside space-time, why would we presume, like, an anthropomorphization of that which exists beyond space-time? That's completely silly. There is no space-time. There's no fabric to perform an anthropomorphization on. So if there is something that invokes the universe, it would be largely foreign to all of us. We would not understand what we're even looking at, let alone assume some sort of anthropomorphization. So that's the problem that I have. I would not, whatever that is, assuming that's even possible, which I don't even think that's possible, but assuming it is possible, whatever that is doesn't seem to be a God, I guess. It doesn't sound like God. The dragon in the Bible is described to have several heads. What dinosaur has several heads? I mean, again, so Rainbow Ash, you don't even have to concede that. Like, just the simple concept of a dragon implies 4 limbs plus an additional 2 limbs. There is no evolutionary pathway that enables 6 limbs, at least among lizards. I am the anthropomorphic God. He lives in me. Okay. How is that different from schizophrenia? Spill this. Do it. Come on. Come on, God. Do it. Spill it. if God does exist, our knowledge of him is massively incomplete. I mean, again, like there's just kind of like this assumption that the universe is made for us, and it just doesn't make any sense. Mahdi Allah says it doesn't work like that. Okay, yeah, because there is no empirical evidence for the existence of God. Excadriller saying, I believe in God, but probably not the same God as you, though. So the only difference between Islam and Christianity is that Islam goes one step further, where they presume all of the things of Christianity, minus the part where God is, that Jesus Christ is literally God, but they just believe that Jesus Christ is a prophet similar to that of Muhammad. And they basically push on the same God. They would be literally the same God to Islam as well as Christianity. Allah is just an Arabic word for God. Rainbow Ash says wyverns would match the Earth's evolutionary body plans. There were only 4 limbs, 2 wings, and 2 hind limbs. Even that does not match Earth's evolutionary body plans, wyverns. Again, there wouldn't be a 6-legged mammal like that. It's just not a thing. Also, venomous barbed tail makes no sense. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying. Yes, because it at least has the limbs of its arms are its wings. That's closer. Yes, something like that could be closer, but still it requires like a long evolutionary pathway in order to make those webbed-like wings, and even that is not present. But certainly that's definitely more plausible than a dragon, like a full dragon. I don't know. Abe Lincoln just donated $5 super chat. Thank you so much, saying, did God give black guys bigger woo by default, or did they evolve? Okay. What's up, Speakeasy? Looks like we got Speakeasy.
What up? How you doing today?
I was reading a super chat that was really embarrassing. I'm sorry. That was so bad. All right, let me see if I can just make this smaller. Actually, hold on. Do I have a specific one for Streamlabs? I do, but that's not it. No, it's fine. I'm just going to do it this way. I think that's okay, I guess. By the way, I'm live, but just FYI. Just like
okay, no worries. We're just waiting on Joe. He should be here any minute.
My chat is laughing at that super chat I was reading. I'm going to read that super chat one more time, saying, did God give black guys bigger by default, or did they evolve them? I got a question.
That is a wild question.
So, okay, FYI. Okay, all right, get this. I saw a very rare picture of like, it was like clearly a porn set, but it wasn't like, you know, what you would see on the porn set. What it was like off to the side. It was like off camera, basically. Like it was showing like, hey, here's the set. And then there was like, you know, the camera guys and like all the lighting and all the wiring and stuff. And so on it, there was like this burly looking black dude that was like, he was completely naked. He was just standing there talking to one of like the camera guys, like casually. And you just saw just this massive, like it was like this, right? But right underneath it, you saw a completely normal penis. He was wearing a prosthetic and it looked like his actual, but it was just a prosthetic. He just had...
That is fucking insane.
What do you expect? It's another guy. It's a guy, which is just you're going to have just a normal penis. But people have this idea that like, oh, black guy, he's got a big schlong. So like, that's like the fantasy, I guess. It's hilarious.
Might be, maybe that guy was just mad the other ones were bigger than his, so he had to wear something to...
No, dude, I guarantee you that the director is like, dude, I got this big burly guy and we saw his dick and it's like super freaking normal. Put a prosthetic on him. Let's get the cameras rolling.
Maybe.
Phantom. He's sweating. Phantom.
Yeah, he said he's just setting up. He'll be here in just a second.
Okay.
Let me just let the chat know. Rumble there too. Okay, it's there. Okay, that's all ready. Perfect. All right. Have you been streaming for a while? Like today? Have you been streaming for a while already?
Just for an hour or so.
Oh, okay.
I was playing some Wind Waker. Just
Wind Waker.
Yeah.
I don't know if I played that one.
Legend of Zelda Wind Waker? No.
Oh no! Yeah, I haven't played that. I've
a good
literally
one.
only played the Nintendo 64 Zelda.
Yeah. I just got through 100%ing the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, so I'm just moving on to Wind Waker.
Okay. We actually had a Swords of Reason about which Zelda best represents the whole franchise.
Ocarina of Time, no question.
Yeah, that's one of the sides picked Ocarina of Time. Yeah.
No question. It's Ocarina of Time. That's not even. That's it. That's the. If you want to feel for like what Zelda is, yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
If you want to be a purist about it, Link to the Past. But if you want to just like Link to the Past, but if you want to like just like Zeldas and then the future Zeldas, it's probably Ocarina.
Makes sense. And that I remember on the Nintendo 64, I always used to love the playing the different little tunes that they had in there.
Oh yeah, no, it was great. Yeah.
Yeah. That debate was nostalgic because of all of that. And then the little I actually added
very
that
annoying
that day.
Navi.
Yeah,
I think I have that for some of like whenever I'm cursing and I'm doing like a short, I'll sometimes put in that Navi, hey, listen, in between.
Hey, that's
so,
good. That's actually a good fill-in for it, yeah. Because everyone uses the same ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good one. Come on, Joe. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Joe?
Must have a spaceship.
He's got this. I believe. Maybe he's on the dark side of the moon,
Yeah.
First Amender, who are the guests today? So his name is Kung Fu Joe, but his channel is basically empty. There's nothing there. So take with that what you will.
Yeah, he's more from like Discord debating, and he's trying to step it up a notch.
The dragon you speak of is in Revelation, says Douglas Paxson. There is no dragons. There never were dragons. There is zero evidence of dragons. Again, the six-legged or the six-limbed lizard creature is physically impossible. There is no evolutionary pathway that allows for a six-legged lizard.
Oh, I see him in the back there. I think he's trying to get his stuff connected. Yeah, I think he's trying to get his camera connected there.
Pascal Flashy says, but Amender, unicorns. Yeah, it's the same exact problem with unicorns. There's no evolutionary pathway of previous creatures that existed for horses to develop a horn there. So it doesn't matter how many islands you go to that are undiscovered, you will never find a unicorn. It's physically impossible.
Oh. I mean, I kind of see. Oh, there you are. There you are.
Yo.
Welcome in.
All right.
Hey, how you doing?
No, yeah, how's it going? How's it going, guys?
Good.
You hear and see me all right?
Yep. I'm gonna get your levels in just a second. I was just putting you on the your name there and everything. Here, do a mic check for me.
Check. 1, 2, check.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. How about you? You hear him good, Amanda?
I can hear him. By the way, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you hit like and subscribe. I appreciate you guys very much for joining me on this debate today. Thank you. That was my test.
There you go. Sounded good, and it's leveled good. So I think we're gonna be good here. Alrighty. Let me get that. All right. So for you, Joe, this is your first time. So just a quick rundown. Make sure you're both good with it. You both get 10 minutes for your openings. Amender's on the affirmative, so he's going to go first for openings. And then when we do closings, he'll go first again, and then that'll give you the last word. I like to give one the first word, one the last word. And then so you'll do 10-minute openings. Then a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal each gives you 5 minutes to respond directly to each other's openings. After that, a full hour of back and forth. That's the open floor. And then 5-minute closings and a 30-minute Q&A. Both good with that?
Appreciate
Sounds
it.
good.
All right. And then open panel we do after. That's optional to both of you. You don't have to stick around for that.
I'm game.
All right. And then also when we start up, it's going to play like my little disclaimer, the song and video for the intro. Gives time for people to come in here. It'll pop up. I'll introduce the show, the prompt. I'll introduce you guys, and then we'll go right into openings. And Amanda, do you have anything you're going to present for your opening today?
For myself, I just have a picture.
Okay. I just wanted to be prepared. All right, awesome. So thank you both for being here. You're both good to start up?
Yep.
Good to go.
Okay, awesome. Good luck to you both, and thank you both for coming. Let's rock and roll. Get that. Boom.
Morning. The information shared in these conversations.
Yo, I'm muting it. Yo, you guys remember the cringe intro? Nope. I'm not doing their Crusader cringe intro, bro. Jesus. We're not doing that. We're just gonna listen to some Final Fantasy music while we vibe out. There's anything that you guys want me to say or ask for the Q&A, throw me a dono and I'll read it out for you. If not, I'll try to do my best. How did man become conscious, O wise one? I think it's because we're a social species, but we come from a long lineage of just being naturally a social species. There's a long series of creatures that exist prior to us that allowed us to be socialized. I do not like this intro, by the way. The intro is very cringy. You should not have any positive thing to think about when it comes to the Crusades. Unironic, super cringe. Vet thinks he was just an infection or bad teeth. Ah, okay. Why side with the devil? They don't literally believe the devil is real. Calcrapper says, "Oh my, this intro." Yeah, dude, these right-wing chuds, dude, they can't help but like look at like the Crusades as like the literal genocide that occurred. They think that was cool and that we want to like emulate society to be like that, like a Christo-fascist worldview. It's pretty gross. That and the music that they have is really bad. I'm saving you guys from the music. Instead, we're playing some Animal Crossing music. Oh God, can this just end? I have my finger over the unmute button, so we'll unmute it as soon as it's over. I might as well hit pause on the music. Why do they fantasize about the Crusades? It's so very strange. It is. It's really weird. It's actually really gross, actually, when you think about it, because it's like you're talking about a literal genocide. Like that's not a positive time to be thinking. But I've seen this intro multiple times by now. All right, I think it's about to start. Here we go.
Welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron sharpens the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys. And keep in mind, the Super Chats, PayPals, Cash App questions always get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free ones. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, ask follow-ups, challenge the debaters if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless, all right? Today's debate prompt: is evolution real? And for the affirmative, we have 1stAmender, known for his hot news discussions, political debates, and his Debate a Woke Liberal call-in show right here on YouTube. He's built
I
a
now
name.
have it called the 1stAmender Show.
Oh, now is it called the First
It's called
Amender
the First
Show?
Amender Show. Yeah.
Okay, we've changed the name.
Yeah.
I got to put that in the intro. The
Appreciate
First
that.
Amender Show right here on YouTube. Built a name diving into today's biggest headlines, taking on challengers live, and not shying away from the smoke. And you can find his channel linked in the description below. And for the negative, we have Kung Fu Joe, an OG fighting game player from the arcade golden age, coming from a time when competition was raw, skill was proven, and excuses got exposed. Since entering the debate scene, he's made a name for himself as a Christian firebrand, battling through heated topics like evolution, atheism, and feminism. After making noise in Wix Discord server, he's now stepping out onto the bigger stages, looking to test himself further and continue his crusade. And you can also find him linked in the description below. With that being said, we're going to move into openings. We're going to start with you first, Amanda. So whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so I want to start off by saying that I'm debating in pro-evolution side and going over some of the evidence. I wanted to start by telling you to look at dogs. Chihuahua and a Great Dane are the same species, yet when observed, they are wildly different. Human selected, small trait size, temperament, skull shape, and over generations, these tiny changes are stacked into massive differences. When we observe geologic epochs, and I can provide a quick picture if I could. Let me see if I can just show the image file in tight. Are you able to show that on the screen for everybody to see? You may have to clear your... apart from my simplistic dog explanation, there are predictions made. For example, according to Charles Darwin, there must have been some transitionary models buried in the ground from previous creatures long dead. Indeed, when we dug, we found. Not only did we find such transitionary species that are no longer alive today, but better yet, we found transitions to those transitions deeper down. And even further, when you check, it would become more and more simplistic alongside giant extinction events causing the geologic epoch to reset. Tiny, simple things slowly over many generations mutate their lineages into completely new forms. While highly similar to the finches of Charles Darwin, greater timescales were found to release in more dramatic differences, such as the difference between vertebrae and invertebrate. I can stop sharing that, by the way. How do I remove it? Can I just remove it? How do I remove it?
Yeah, you can just remove it. I've got it off stage for you there.
Okay. Indeed, when we checked, we found, and further yet, there was an idea that there would be some kind of quote-unquote code that enabled creatures to establish their various forms. For example, we observed through genetics a stunning similarity of creatures that are closely related, and when we observe things like bones, teeth structure, and overall structure of the body and categorize them, we get a stunning similarity in genetic lineage, precisely predicting exactly what was predicted almost 200 years ago. Mind you, we need not Charles Darwin, as evolution has gone much further in understanding genetic lineages, which have been found fully testable and understood without Darwin. Indeed, when you look within your family, you have tiny variations that exist between you and your direct family line. You may look similar. You have the same hair color, skin color, trade-offs of facial features, etc., yet are slightly different based on genetic lineage. Indeed, if we were to, say, separate you from others and your lineage for hundreds, thousands, or millions of years, you will find that you will have less and less in common, to the point that you cannot breed with that which had separated from millions of years ago. Tiny changes make large changes over long periods of time. If my opponent recognizes microevolution, therefore he would have to accept macroevolution in large timescales. What is unto my opponent to resolve? What exactly explains this perfect predictive pattern of recognition that can do very real work, such as knowing what kinds of fossils we are to find at specific depths and geologic epochs, to the stunning genetic differences, to even understanding retroviruses embedded in DNA, resulting in separate but meaningful distinction of genetic ancestry? Provide in detail a predictive framework that has anywhere close to the stunning degree of accuracy we have operating under evolution, a fundamental cornerstone of biology. And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Kung Fu Joe. Whenever you're ready for your opening, just jump right in and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Well, thank you, Speakeasy, for hosting this today. And thank you, 1stAmender, for showing up. Brave, foolish, but brave. Firstly, I'd like to give a shout out to some of the goats in this space. So that'd be like Kent Hovind and Made by a Jim Bob. They've been doing a great work in crushing this absurd sci-fi story called Evolution, so I hope to do Jortlandia proud today. Why do I do this, you ask? Well, because evolution is a bunch of BS in so many ways, as you'll see here tonight, and yet my tax dollars fund it being crammed into my kid's head in the public school system, while at the same time removing the Bible and Christianity at every turn. So I'm here tonight to push back against what I clearly see as nothing more than a replacement theology in evolution. So ladies and gentlemen, you know, I'm just a simple Sky Daddy enjoyer, right? But I'm going to do my darndest to hold evolution to the same scientific standard that all valid scientific theories must meet, passing through the scientific method. Here's what real scientific theory looks like in action. I'll be using Joseph Priestley's classic bell jar experiment as a clear step-by-step example. First step, observation. Candle burning inside a sealed bell jar quickly goes out. Question, can a living plant restore the air inside the jar so the candle burns longer? Background research. Burning consumes something in the air. Plants are also known to grow in air and might affect its quality. Step 3, form a hypothesis. If a living plant is placed in a sealed jar with a candle and it's exposed to sunlight, the plant will restore the air by producing oxygen, allowing the candle to burn longer than it does in a identical jar without a plant. Experiment. This is the important part, right? Place a lit candle in a sealed bell jar. That's your control. Repeat the test with an identical jar containing both a lit candle and a fresh mint plant that has been kept in bright light. Time how long each candle burns. Analyze the data. That's step 5. The candle without the plant burns out in about in about 30 to 60 seconds. The candle with the plant burns significantly longer and can even be relit sometimes. The plant clearly restores the air. Draw conclusions. Step 6. A hypothesis is supported. Plants release oxygen into the air when encountering sunlight. And this demonstrates gas exchange. Plants produce oxygen via photosynthesis while burning consumes it. That is the scientific method. Observe, research, hypothesize, test, analyze, conclude. It's clear, repeatable, and the hypothesis is actually at risk of being proven wrong. Now watch carefully what my opponent will do tonight when defending macroevolution. He will make an observation, form a hypothesis, and then make more observations. Then put your jammies on, everybody. He's going to tell you all a story that explains the observations. Or I'm almost certain he'll do this. He'll point to things like the fruit fly experiment or yeast experiments where something about the organism changed, but the organism itself never turned into a fundamentally different kind of thing. That's a classic extrapolation fallacy, and you heard it in his opening. And it's also mixed with a composition fallacy. Look, a little change happened in the fly. Therefore, flies used to not be flies at all. Just watch. You'll see it coming, and you already did. But even if he gets his story straight, he still runs into a much bigger problem. The scientific method demands that any theory claiming to be science must be falsifiable. It must make risky predictions that could, in principle, be proven wrong by evidence. Macroevolution, the claim that universal common ancestry via unguided natural processes producing all major body plans and biological complexity, fails this test in practice. Prediction, and here's all the falsifiabilities. Prediction, fossils should show a strict branching order, no modern mammals in Precambrian rock. When the contradiction appears, a rabbit or mammal fossil shows up there. The response is misdated, reworked strata, or contamination. Another one, prediction. Genetic data should form a clean, consistent tree of descent. When the contradiction appears, broken hierarchies, inconsistent molecular clocks, or alien biochemistry. The response is horizontal gene transfer, incomplete lineage, snorting or unknown early conditions. Prediction, major innovations, new organs, body plans should have abundant gradual intermediates. When the contradiction appears, sudden explosions of new body plans in the Cambrian with virtually no precursors. The response is gaps in preservation, ghost lineages, or rapid punctuated bursts. No matter what contradictory evidence emerges, the theory is never at risk. New auxiliary hypotheses are simply invented to explain it away. The core claim becomes unfalsifiable interpretive framework rather than a genuinely testable scientific theory. That is not how science works. Therefore, by the very standard of the scientific method, macroevolution is not real. Is not a real valid scientific theory. And if we set the scientific method aside and just grant evolution on trust me, bro grounds, the problem gets even worse. The very sentence evolution is real becomes logically impossible under its own worldview. Real means something that actually exists, is true. But if God is not real and everything is the product of a blind, unguided evolution, then we have no reliable way to account for truth or justify true beliefs in the first place. Our brains would simply be chemical machines shaped by survival, not truth-seeking. If evolution were true, I evolved to believe in God and to reject evolution. My opponent, if he really believed his own theory, should see debating me as a performative contradiction. Why are you here, bro? Because he couldn't explain why anyone believes in God or objective morality except as more evolved chemical reactions. How does he then tell me slavery is wrong or dominating women is bad or that getting stuffed in his locker during high school was unjust? Those are just more events unfolding in space-time according to natural selection. There is no wrong or true, only what survived. So I look forward to hearing what he could possibly have against this. And with that, I know that was long, but I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. That's going to wrap up opening statements from both sides. Now we're going to move into, excuse me, sorry, the rebuttal round. Each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's arguments. So it's not a back and forth yet, no interjections. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we'll go to the other side. Then we'll get into openings. So 1stAmender, we're going to give you back the mic. 5 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours, and I'll start the time with your voice. Oh, and let me get you on mute.
So I guess I was interested in one of your thoughts when you were saying it was an extrapolation fallacy. I think this is a misunderstanding of exactly what evolution is. You don't change into something else. You have everything prior. So I'll give you an example. Are you a part of genus Homo, would you say?
It's not opening yet.
Oh, if he asks you a question.
I'm asking you a question. You have to answer.
Oh,
you could say
okay.
yes or no. It's okay.
What's the question?
Are you a part of genus Homo?
I don't believe in evolution.
I'm asking you, like, are you a part of Homo sapien or Homo neanderthalensis or Homo erectus? Any of those?
Human.
So Homo sapien.
whatever human is, I only
Yeah,
accept
that would be a
human
Homo
as my
sapien.
label.
So you are of genus Homo. Okay, great, amazing. So you would also be a hominid, right? Like as in you contain those 4 limbs, you have binocular vision that looks forward, you possess all of the traits that make you a hominid, right? Since human is a part of hominid.
According to your worldview, I guess.
All right. Are you a mammal?
Again, according to your your
What is a
system
mammal?
of taxonomy, it's whatever it is under your system of taxonomy. I'm not interested in it.
Do humans feed their babies through the body of their milk, through mammary glands?
Yes,
Okay, so we are mammals.
if you say so.
Okay, so are you a chordate, as in an animal with a backbone? Do you have a backbone?
I have a backbone. Yeah.
Okay, so you would be a chordate. Are you multicellular life, as in animalia?
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, you're not one cell, right? You're many cells, right?
Hmm. Okay.
Are you a eukaryote, as in the cells contained within your body possess a nucleus and a cell membrane with a mitochondria?
I just don't see how this is addressing anything in my opening.
So it is.
Could you get to the
I guess
point
like the
maybe a little
question
quicker?
is with your regarding your extrapolation fallacy, the question becomes, are you a eukaryote? Probably that's about 2.2 I think giga annuals on that. So that is a very, 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 very long time ago that we would be eukaryote. Now, at no point did you stop being a eukaryote. You still possess a cell wall. You still have a nucleus membrane. You still possess mitochondria in all of your cells. All I'm trying to point out to you is that things add on over time. So there's a very careful evolutionary
assertion.
pathway that can, hold on, these are my questions, not you to rebut me. So understanding what we ought predict, knowing that there is a very direct evolutionary pathway, is we ought never see a situation where, for example, you would possess 6 limbs as opposed to 4, because there's no evolutionary ability for that to happen. And so when we actually look at the geologic epochs of time, we find indeed humans do not have the position of 6 limbs. So it's a fascinating ability to deterministically figure out how things work, or at least what we ought find. What, if I had to ask you, what predictive measure does a biblical worldview hold? What is a predictive thing that the Bible says that can be observed?
That's not the prompt tonight.
I understand that. I'm saying, you were saying that it's not scientific. So I gave you a very specific example of a scientific prediction that is observable, that we can go in. And in fact, there's entire fields of money making, such as oil drilling, where we know exact geologic epochs in time. And so we would know the exact depth to drill at in order to get something from the the Carboniferous era. So if we're able to do something like that with such a stunning degree of accuracy, that would lay credence to the existence of evolution. So I'm asking, what predictive outcome does the biblical worldview have against evolution?
All right, so that's 5 minutes there. So if you want to answer that, Kung Fu Joe, you can. If you don't, it's totally up to you.
The question doesn't make sense.
All right, totally up to you. Totally up to you how you want to do it, but it's we're gonna give you the mic now, so it's your rebuttal time. To be honest, I think 1stAmender is the first person ever on our show so far to use the 5-minute rebuttal time for some cross exam, and I'm not against it. So if you want to do the same, you can. All right. I
Sure.
thought that's totally fine way to use your 5-minute rebuttal time as well. If you'd
Yeah.
like. So
Yeah,
whenever you
sure,
want to
that's
start, I'll
fun.
start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, sure. So, Mender, if you're so confident in your like prediction, your prediction model, just digging things up, which that's not the scientific method, right? Just digging up bones and looking at bones. So, if you're like, if you dig up a bone, you say like, "Oh, cool! I found this big femur of a dinosaur," right? And then I say, actually, that's a dragon, bro. How are you gonna defeat that?
That's physically impossible. Dragons don't exist.
Well, neither do dinosaurs. So
You think dinosaurs aren't real?
have you seen a living dinosaur? When you say they don't exist, what do you mean?
No, but I've seen evidence of a dinosaur.
I see evidence of a dragon. What you see as evidence of a dinosaur, I see as evidence of a dragon. So what's the symmetry breaker there?
When you say dragon, are you referring to the six-limbed creature that possessed 4 limbs and then 2 more on the wings?
You consider that a limb?
Yes, wings are limbs.
First of all, not all. If you look at
wings are limbs.
There are dragons. Hold on, there are dragons in just about every ancient culture on Earth, disconnected from each other. Not all of them had legs. I mean, not all of them had.
So what is a dragon?
Wings, right? Not all of them had wings. Not all of them had. They didn't breathe fire, maybe, right? But they could just have been large lizard-looking things at best, right?
So are you saying like
most dragons look like, a giant lizard?
Are you saying it possessed 4 limbs and no wings?
Some of them, yeah.
Okay. Well, creatures like that for sure did exist. Lizards would possess a tail with 4 limbs. That's fairly typical.
Yeah, we have
but
one of those
whether or not that you
today,
call that.
Hold on, it's my cross exam time. We have one of those today. It's called a Komodo dragon. So we still have dragons living today, right? We have dragons in the past. We have dragons today. You got no dinosaurs, buddy. Where are the dinosaurs?
They're dead. They died from the Chicxulub crater.
So are
impact.
the dragons. Okay, dragons are dead too. We're finding their bones. They're not dinosaurs.
So small creatures were able to survive because they didn't need as much food in order to survive, and so they could live off of tiny things.
They lived a nuclear. They outlived it. They had like a nuclear total destruction event, right? But they survived because they were smaller. That's great logic, bro. The air isn't breathable, but trust me, bro, they breathe.
Right? It was an excess of carbon dioxide, and it required
larger
creatures require more oxygen.
Stop dodging my question. This is my time now. So tell me how it's not a dragon and how it is a dinosaur if the term dinosaur wasn't coined until the 1800s.
I mean, we had discovered large bones way before then. We just never called them dinosaurs.
Dragons.
There was like hypothesis that it could be dragons, but it just doesn't have the limbs of what we would consider a European dragon, because it just doesn't have the limbs of a European dragon.
Stop trying
dragons
to make it
are impossible.
I said they existed in every ancient culture. Stop trying to make it specifically European or only Chinese. They share a common characteristic of being a large lizard-like creature. And they could actually have sex, unlike some of the bizarre, bogus fucking dinosaur designs that you got. You try to get 2 stegosauruses together, they'll kill each other.
I mean, I don't know how exactly dinosaurs reproduced. They most certainly did, considering that they lived for millions of years longer than we have. So they did reproduce.
Assertion. Yeah, I don't know how you know
Not an assertion. No, I don't have to assert that. How do you have 200,000 years of humans existing? Well, they They reproduced.
How do you know that? How do you know?
How do I know humans don't live 200,000 years?
How do you know it? How do you know 200,000 years? Who gave you? How do you know, bro?
Oh, that's we would use radiometric dating. We can use both uranium-235 and uranium-237 to get precise half-lives of the soil that's in the ground. Yeah.
No. Because if the Earth's environment changed over time, those methods are unreliable.
I agree, and it's been buried for millions of years. So it would literally be unchanged.
Good job, bro. Good job.
Well, again, like you have to ask yourself, why do you observe
W dragons,
specific amounts of lead to U235, U237 ratios? Why do we have that exact amount? And why does it get older and older as we go deeper?
Right.
Well, you can get back into that in the opening, in the open floor. That's gonna wrap up the rebuttals, which was actually cross-exam from both sides. I mean, I'm not against that. That's the first time anyone's done that. But I mean, if people want to use the 5 minutes to do that, I think that it's great. But listen, in the chat, if you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. Okay, and we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, video games, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. And if you want to get on to a Swords of Reason, join the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave, and message either me or tiny pink nuggets of chaos in there directly, and we'll get you set up. Also, reminder for the live chat, after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've dropped the Q&A in there for you guys, but remember, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those ones. So if you have something you really want answered tonight, send it through one of the priority options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. So whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor exchange, go ahead and jump in here and I'll just start the timer up with your voice.
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you go first.
Wait, I just had a quick question about something you stated earlier. You insisted that I was like an ape, right? Or that I come downstream from an ape.
We are apes. We are all great apes. All of us.
We are all humans are great apes.
Mm-hmm. We are a part of a great ape taxonomic category. That's correct.
Okay. So is Michelle Obama a great ape?
Yes. All humans are great apes.
I agree. She's got some pretty broad shoulders.
All right, without like you having to bring in like the weird racism.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Whoa! I'm not. Category. Whoa, hold on, there, sir. It's not my worldview that I believe that.
If you observe among the great apes, you can actually look, for example, at the fingerprints on chimpanzees, which is a distant cousin to humans and the common ancestor that we held under. That's not a story. It's you can observe these similarities. Have you ever looked at a chimpanzee?
That Michelle Obama's an ape,
have you ever heard of
your worldview. You're the one here calling Michelle Obama. I said all
humans. Why did you bring up Michelle Obama?
But especially, but
also no. I want to know why you brought up Michelle Obama specifically regarding great apes. I want to understand.
We could do George Floyd. Would you rather do George Floyd?
I think you're just bringing up more racism.
Is George Floyd an ape?
I think you're just like trying to be a racist.
Whoa! Hold on. Everybody's why are you comparing them to George Floyd? Right?
Well, they are all humans are a part of the great ape category. That's correct. But but specifically, people, right? You had to bring up black people in order to make it a racist implication. When I'm just referring to all humans. So that would be white people, Asians,
it's not my
black,
worldview, bro.
brown, Aborigine, whatever, Mongolian. It's all under the great ape category.
Correct.
So
right. So it's not incorrect.
It has nothing to do with a
incorrect for me to say.
It has nothing to do with a racist categorization. You're the one that's bringing in the racist category. Yes, you are. You are bringing up the racist category. You are bringing up the racist category. Well, because you
It's not my
decided to bring
worldview.
up two black people
Dude, stop
as like an
spurging. Hold on.
No, I'm not
twink maxing
spurting. I'm just
today?
pointing out that you're just
Yeah,
being a
no,
racist.
third maxing. Why
Anyway,
can't you let
so
me talk?
I wanted to
Why
go
are
over
you
some of the stuff that you have here,
Stop
right? Rather than sticking to the
I wasn't
nonsense
done with
argument
my-
that you have in the
Hold on,
racist position.
stop,
I'm not
stop.
going to
You accused
entertain
me
your
of being
racism.
racist.
Yeah, because
No,
you're
you're not
racist.
gonna
You're being
talk over
racist.
me.
I want to
No,
go
you're
over the
being
actual
racist.
Okay,
argument.
hold up. One at a time.
I wanted to go with the actual argument, not
Let's
bringing
do
your
1 minute.
dumbass
Look,
racist
I'm down to
stereotype.
separate this into 1 minute each if you want to
Okay,
do that.
real quick though, one at a time here. Okay, so you asked about the the George Floyd and Michelle Obama. He answered with everybody. It would be a great ape. Did you have a
but
response to that?
Yes, because he called me racist. He accused me of racism. But I got to be clear here. As a Christian, it's not my worldview that anybody is an ape. Not black people, not anybody.
All
He
humans
has
are
to
apes.
maintain that worldview.
Every single human
if
is
I
an ape.
ask him, shut up, dude. If I ask him that
idiot.
are all black people apes, he has to say yes.
Yes,
That's
all humans
him,
are apes.
not me. I'm not the
Black
racist
people are
here. He's
humans.
the
Humans are
evolution guy.
apes. Jesus, you're dumb.
Black,
All right.
all black people are apes.
I'm
We
glad
get it,
that you
bro.
brought. I'm glad that you brought up the fruit fly
progressive.
speciation experiment, the Dodd 1989 experiment. I recommend anybody who doesn't know about the fruit fly speciation experiment to spend the time to look that up, because it is a definitive example of literal evolution that is observable within your lifetime. Typically speaking, evolution is not observable within your lifetime because of the amount of speciation that has to occur over a very long period of time. It is longer than any experiment is
Unfalsifiable.
able
That's
to
not
run.
science.
However, we can look at Diane
That's not
Dodd's
science.
1989 experiment, which demonstrated that reproductive isolation, a key step in speciation, arises rapidly due to environmental adaptation. By separating the fruit fly, Drosophila pseudo-obscura, populations are feeding them from different diets, such as starch versus maltose in this instance. The groups developed
fast
distinct
forward. I already know this
preferences,
argument.
leading to a partial reproductive isolation. That experiment provided very strong evidence for how different environments can cause populations
What
to
was it at the
diverge
end? Was
and
it still a
eventually
fly?
become unique
Was it
species.
still a fly?
In the study, well, again, just like how this is why I bring up, this is why you're still a eukaryote. It's been billions of years, yet here we are,
That's a
humans,
contradiction.
still eukaryotes. You possess
That's
all of the traits of all eukaryota before you. That is why it works. So when you're saying that they are still a fly, correct. That's how it works. Correct.
No, it's not how it works.
Yes, that's
No,
literally
I
how
understand
it
evolution
works.
better than you. No, is a fly?
Do
was
you have a
fly always
backbone?
fly?
Do you have a backbone?
No, was a.
Do you
I
have a backbone?
Unlike
okay,
you.
so you have a chordate. You're a
Unlike you, yeah, I
chordate.
can answer
Do you
questions.
understand?
No,
You
I don't
you
care
have
about
you
your,
possess
I don't care
you
about your
possess
taxonomy,
the
dude.
thing. Yeah, but do you understand that it's
No, I
been
don't
millions
care
and
about your
millions of years of
labels.
epochs of existence, right? You have a
That's
very large
unfalsifiable.
separation between,
That's
but
not
it is
science.
falsifiable, because the falsifiability would be one. We could look at endogenous retroviruses to determine what level of similarity we have between other chordates, and we can look at genetic lineage. And what we ought to observe as a falsification principle is a radical change from despite the fact that the backbone is the same. But we do not observe a radical change. In fact, we find that it is highly similar. And as you go towards further along taxonomic categories, such as mammalia or hominidae, you will find that we possess very, very similar boundaries. Same thing with endogenous retroviruses. No, you don't. But here's the thing. I'm going to ask you once again, because you did not understand my question. Evolution allows for lots and lots of predictive features and outcomes. I've pointed out several during this debate. So what I am requesting from you is, sans evolution, what predictive pathway is there for Bible worldview? Go.
No. So according to the Bible worldview, God just created everything, right? Like separate from each other.
So provide me a predictive outcome.
Hold on. Stop. Using similar things that just work in the environment, right?
Okay, so why would we observe endogenous retroviruses?
You just talked a lot and I didn't interrupt you once.
Why would we observe endogenous retroviruses the way they are in the DNA pattern?
Dude.
How is that
guys,
similarity?
one
It's
second,
basically
one second,
junk
because
DNA.
we
This
want
guy
to.
just can't help himself.
What's similarity? It's junk DNA.
It's a little
It's
different because
completely
when
worthless.
we're here, we even when you guys are talking at the same time, you can still hear each other, but the chat won't. It's a little bit, the sound going to them is a little different. So, where we were there, Zamender had asked you, where is there a predictive model or theory coming from the worldview from the
No,
Bible?
not a
That's not
predictive
how it
model.
works.
What I'm asking is make a prediction based
Okay.
on your biblical worldview, right? There's tons and tons of predictions that
Okay,
have been done through
sure.
evolution, but I want to know any prediction whatsoever. What predictive thing can be done with the biblical worldview that biology cannot do through evolution? Go.
Okay, and then
it
let
can't show-
Kung Fu Joe answer that directly and let him get it off. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as a Christian, I already believe in what you would call microevolution. I call adaptation, right? I would already believe that. Would we share? I already believe that we would share genetic similarity with all life on Earth. I already believe that. That's not a defeater for my position. I already predict, according to my worldview, that we will be genetically similar and that there is capacity for small changes within a kind, but it doesn't show any evidence. It's never been done in a laboratory before at all. One type of creature becoming an entirely new, different type of creature. That's never been observed. All we get are the same extrapolation fallacy you keep making. See, look, guys, something changed about the flies. There's polka dots on the new flies, and they can't mate with each other now with the old version, but the flies are still flies. Therefore, flies used to not be flies, guys. That's a fallacy. I don't know why you can't see that.
Joe, I'm going to ask you the question again because you didn't answer it at all, not even a little bit. What
I
prediction? I'm asking.
I predicted
I'm
two
asking.
things. What were
I'm
they?
asking for a prediction. Predict
Two. I gave you
something
two.
that exists in the biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree. Because when it comes to the fruit fly explanation, we can get down to the very genetics level. We can look at endogenous retroviruses and observe cousins, long distance
told you.
ancestors that have the
What did
same
I say?
endogenous
You said-
retroviruses. We're able to observe this with a stunning degree of accuracy. So the biblical worldview doesn't actually explain that to a higher degree than an evolutionary pathway. So I'm going to ask you again, what prediction exists in biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree? Go.
That's not how it works. What it does is
That is
it
literally
totally
how that
takes-
works.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. It's not how my belief system works.
I know that's
What
not
it
how your
does,
belief
though-
system
hold on.
works.
What it does, though, is it undercuts the thing you're begging the question on, which is genetic similarity, right? There's similarities between life forms and phenotype and genotype. That's your claim. Therefore, evolution is real. That's lazy. That's a fallacy. That's not how science works either. So listen, let's go into a very specific example, right? You aware of the Pakicetus, maybe?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you aware of the Pakicetus?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Isn't that like the that's the one with the
It's a land-based animal that's about the size of a wolf, and it was said
yes,
to
that's
be
that's the whale.
predecessor to
the
the
predecessor
whale,
to the whale.
right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, see, what I have here is, since you love science so much, and I do too, I have a little step-by-step of the scientific method, right? Now, I want you to take us through the scientific method of how a Pakicetus gets to a whale. Go ahead.
How a Pakicetus gets to a whale?
What's the observation? Yeah.
I mean,
Take,
I would have to look at like the bones itself and see what similarities exist and
so you observe the
instances
bone.
of fossils where it would exist versus not exist. But I'm not an expert or an expert biologist in the field. I simply can just read what other people
Okay.
have discovered and move on with that. But
Okay,
but
I
like
see. It's
so
push me, bro,
so
all the way
I'm
down.
going to
So
ask you
let
very
me ask you a
simple.
different
I'm going to
question.
ask
No,
you
no,
very
no.
simple. No, hold on. I'm going to ask you very simple.
No.
Why do we observe changes across the geologic epochs of time in the ground, followed by great extinction events, followed by smaller, simpler creatures? Why? What is that? How do you
You're just
explain that?
finding dead animals in the ground, and some might be different versions of animals that are alive today.
But like they're
but they're not.
transitionary. We can literally see the
No, that's a
transitionary. Hold on.
dispersion.
We observe things that possess similar features to a multitude of creatures.
So
And
what?
then what we see
And?
underneath it is transitions of those transitions. Isn't that incredible? Don't you find
No,
that amazing?
No, it just
No,
seems
that's just a
similar.
coincidence
So what?
that we just happen to see 5 separate geologic epochs
It's
of
just
time.
function.
What?
It's just function.
What
It's
do you
just function. How
mean?
many life forms have forward-facing eyes?
How
right?
many?
That
Not
seems to be a good
surprisingly,
function to have.
surprisingly, not a lot. Surprisingly,
There's a
that's
lot.
like specifically a mammalian thing. Yeah,
How about just have eyes? Period.
I mean, there's
Eyes
a lot of
seem to be
animals that
pretty
have
good and-
eyes.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
right.
there's a lot
Everything's
of
got
creatures
eyes.
that
Weird,
developed
huh?
photoreceptors and have slowly evolved over time. And there's been a lot of times where you have instances of things that evolved independently. Flight is a
could
really
you
good
say-
example of this, where you can
Could you
observe.
say, hey, look, everything's got eyes,
hold on.
therefore evolution is
Hold on.
true? Could you
Flight
say that?
flight is a really good example of that. For example, you could see, for example, how a butterfly flies is very different from how a bird flies, which is also very different from how a bat flies. Those are three independent ways that flight
Yeah,
had
different
occurred
creatures,
or
right.
evolved. But they basically are
assertion.
independent. But there is an evolutionary advantage to flight, right? You are able to survive more by being able to fly versus not fly.
Why didn't humans evolve to fly? How come we're the
Because-
most dominant species on Earth and we can't fly?
I mean, there's different environments that enable certain features to
We
show up
dominate
versus
all of
others.
them. We
Yeah,
dominate all
yeah,
the
I understand that. We have large brains. Fair enough.
large brains.
But honestly, though, now that I think about
What
it,
a-
like, I guess like the question becomes then like what you would refer to as domination. It's very possible that we as humans
It
over the
means I
next
could
million
wipe out any
years,
species on Earth if
I
I
mean,
wanted to.
I guess, but I'll be honest, I think we're going to wipe ourselves out if anything. It doesn't really show.
Well,
I mean,
you guys are
I've
definitely
observed
wiping yourselves
we've
out. I agree.
we've
yeah.
we've
You
observed
atheists definitely-
we've observed for example, fungi, like a single
Yeah, very nice.
a
Okay,
single
look,
organism
like science,
being the
right?
size
Hey,
almost
Amender,
the
look,
size of
hey,
California.
Can we do this? Can we
And
take
it's a single
macroevolution,
organism over
specifically
20,000
macroevolution
years
as a
old.
Scientific
All right.
method.
Let's do this one at a time, guys. One at a time, so that we can.
Yeah. I'm just
you have
pointing
a
out that
question?
there's
Maybe we need
instances of
Maybe
what
we
you
need
would
a
consider
timer,
to be
Easy.
there's instances of what you would consider to be superior versus inferior, like an ability to destroy. I don't know if that's something that I would consider to be superior. In
Okay,
fact, I would say
let me
that's an
ask you
inferiority issue, not a superiority.
Let me ask you something, Amender. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe you could like grade a life form based on how well it adapts and survives? Like, I would give a cockroach like a grade, like an A+ on survival. Like, would you agree? Okay, so
I don't, it depends. I mean, there are certain ecological niches where it fulfills quite well. Like, I don't know, what's an example?
just survival. Yeah.
I mean, if we had the ocean, for example, I would imagine cetaceans would be a lot better at surviving in the ocean than a human. In fact, I would probably venture to say a human is probably not going to last more than 8 hours in the ocean without dying.
No, did you hear my question? Answer my question. If we were to just look at cockroaches, right, and how successful they are at living and continuing on the species, you'd say that's a pretty successful species, right?
No, I think that it's a subjective
No.
question and it depends on the situation. If you're talking
What is
about
a success?
pure, yeah, I mean, like if you're talking about pure, just being able to reproduce, then yeah, I guess the cockroach has us beat by a
Okay.
long shot. They're able
So
to
with-
reproduce at a
with-
greater level. But if you have a cockroach that's showing up
I
in
have
your
a follow-up.
kitchen, you could
accept
stomp on the
your-
cockroach and
Hold
it's
on,
dead.
Stop, dude. Stop. I accept your yes/no question. It didn't need, you don't need to filibuster.
That
okay?
wasn't a
My
yes/no
next
question. That was a statement.
Hold
I was explaining
Okay, I'll
to
form
you
them
your
yes
question.
or no. I'll be more pithy. Okay. Would you agree that if a life form engages in some kind of behavior or something that is deleterious, meaning it doesn't get to pass on its to the next generation, you would say that's like maybe a deleterious mutation?
No, not necessarily.
If it developed a deleterious mutation, right, that didn't allow it to procreate anymore.
Yeah, again, not necessarily. The
What?
evolution benefits survival of the species is really
That's right.
yeah. And so take, for example, if you had something that could not reproduce, in fact, it's quite common among mammalia that when you have creatures that cannot reproduce, they end up fostering abandoned babies, which is actually beneficial for the species.
No, I'm saying like let's say if like the male species developed a deleterious mutation, right? At that, let's say it neutralized its own sperm or something, like it was just a mutation that happened that didn't allow it to reproduce with the female of the species anymore. You'd say that was a deleterious mutation, right?
And I've already said no to that because there's actual evolutionary advantage to there being creatures that don't actually reproduce offspring. They're able to assist in abandoned offspring.
No.
So there is an
there's
evolutionary
more
advantage to that.
Listen, you're not listening. You're not engaging.
It's actually a
with the
reason why that there
hypothetical.
exists, for example, gay mammals. Like there's
You're
always
not-
been the question,
you're
like,
not
why
engaging.
is it that gay mammals seem to pop up over and over? And that's actually one of the
You're not-
explanations.
Remember, you're not engaging with the
I
hypothetical.
did
I'm
engage with
saying
the
it-
hypothetical.
no,
You just
did
didn't
not.
like the answer.
No, you did not. I
You
said
just
if
didn't
all
like.
the males,
I did engage with it.
all the males,
Every single
all-
male.
every single male. Yes.
Then I
you
suppose
weren't
that would be
listening.
bad. Sure. That would be bad if
deleterious,
all
a
males
deleterious
suddenly
mutation, right?
cease the ability to reproduce.
That would be a deleterious mutation, right? If
Yeah.
all the males like developed that and they couldn't, reproduce, that would be deleterious, right?
What's your point?
Oh, that so being gay and trans would also be a
I
deleterious
knew he'd do
mutation,
it.
right?
I knew he'd do it. Not
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
is going to
It
be
would-
gay
you
and
would have to
trans,
admit
you
it.
idiot.
No, but
You
if they all
transphobic
were,
moron.
if they
No,
all
nobody,
were, that would
nobody
be
is
the
going to,
end
nobody
of
is
humanity,
forcing you.
wouldn't it?
No, you're an idiot.
If they
Somebody
all-
being
hold on,
trans
wait,
doesn't
wait,
prevent
wait,
you from having
Is
babies.
being gay or trans a natural
Somebody being
occurrence in
gay,
nature?
I'm sorry, if everybody is gay and trans around you, would that make you gay
Answer
and
my
trans, Kung Fu
question.
Joe?
Is being
Hey,
gay or
hey,
trans?
hey, transphobic moron.
Answer
Hey,
my
transphobic
question, dude.
moron. Listen to me.
Is it-
If
is it
everyone is
biological?
gay and
Is it gay or
trans
trans?
around
Yes or
you,
no?
would that make you gay and trans, Kung Fu Joe?
It would mean that the human species is
Would
pretty
that
fucked.
make
Yeah, I
you
agree
gay
with
and
that.
trans, Kung Fu Joe?
It would make the
What a
species
fucking idiot.
gone,
What a
dude.
fucking
So,
idiot.
wait,
Hey,
listen,
one
why-
more
look, why are you
time, Kung Fu
bird-maxing
Joe.
already, dude?
If everybody was
Hey,
gay and
bird-maxer.
trans around you, would that make you gay and trans?
It would make me the last sane person
Answer
on
the
Earth.
fucking question, you
Yeah. I did.
idiot.
You just didn't like
No,
the
you
answer.
didn't answer the question.
I did.
You're just
There's
avoiding the
that was
question.
a
You'd be
false
like, I'm the
dichotomy.
less sane person. Hey, here's the answer. I'm going to tell you, right?
I don't
Here,
believe
it's very
in
simple.
Gay and trans.
Gay and trans people. Yeah, I know, because you're a transphobic
I don't
moron.
believe
I
in
get
it.
it. I understand. So
don't believe in
gay and trans people, a person being gay and trans does not
begging the
prevent
question.
you from being able to have offspring of your
Been
own.
begging.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
No, you didn't
So you
accept-
could stop with your
listen,
dumb
Premise
transphobia
one.
and
No, it's not.
then
No, it's not.
talk
Why
about
can't-
what's
okay,
actually important.
PC, we're
So
gonna
let's
have to
try
do
one more
we're
time,
gonna
right?
have
Let's
to do
go back to
PC.
evolution
We gotta do
instead
time.
of
He's not
talking
gonna do
about
it.
your complete
Alright.
He's not gonna
idiotic
engage.
point.
He's not gonna
Alright,
engage. He's
real
gonna
quick,
squirm
real
No,
around.
quick.
because you're a moron. You're a moron. You're a
No,
piece
you're
of
a fucking
garbage,
bird master,
transphobic
dude.
idiot.
Look, you're already angry.
You're a
too
part of
angry.
the. No, you're
All
the
right, hold
idiot.
up, boys. 1 second,
Fucking
boys. 1
idiot,
second.
Christo-fascist morons.
I think there was an answer here.
Fucking
there
douchebag.
was an answer here, but we got a little bit off.
You
into
are
the
literally
weeds
the
here.
destruction of society. I want to let you know
One
that.
second, boys. Both
Oh,
of you,
it's
1
not
second.
you guys who can't
Hold
reproduce.
up.
Okay.
All right, you asked about is trans and gay a deleterious thing, and he said not everybody's trans and gay. He answered that, and I want to know how this ties into if
I had a
evolution's
follow-up.
real. So if you could just
I want to go back on topic, not follow up your dumbass fucking transphobia.
let's tie it
What
back into the
prediction
resolution
exists in the biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree?
That everything we see today is just as God said it was. Nothing happened according to the way evolution says it went. There's no evidence.
Nothing happened the way that. Okay, so when we observe, do you believe do nuclear power plants work?
Yeah.
Okay, do they work? Okay, so does the uranium-235 degradation of half-life, does that work? Does that work at a logarithmic scale? Are half-lives real? Are half-lives real?
They're not, like I said, in nature, it's not dependable.
How is it that a nuclear power plant works in terms of half-lives, but it doesn't work in nature?
What does dating a fossil have to do anything with proving evolution?
So when we observe rocks that have been put in the
Can you answer that
geologic
question?
epoch, yeah, I'm explaining it.
No, answer the question.
Yeah, I'm answering the question, idiot. Stop with your dumbass TikTok
No,
brain and
just
get out of your
answer the question,
Christo-fascist
dude.
worldview and get
Oh my
stuck into
God, look,
actual
you can't do
science. So
You can't
when
do
we
it.
observe
actual science,
yeah, actual science. You
want to do
idiot.
actual
Yes,
science?
You're an
I'm
idiot.
down to do actual
So we're gonna
science.
go
Do
one
you
more
wanna do
time.
actual
Think about
science?
half-lives, okay? When we observe geologic epochs in time, specific layering, we can observe specific lead concentration to uranium-235 ratio. Are you aware of what a half-life is?
Yeah, I know what your arbitrary labeling of a
No,
half-life
you
is.
already agree that nuclear power works. So we know half-lives work. We know for a fact
does that have to
half-lives
do-
work.
What does that have to do with evolution not being able to pass through the scientific method?
Well, you said everything we see today is just as God said it is. So last time I checked, when I read my Bible, the Bible specifically have a list of begats starting with Adam and Eve. What we ought be able to observe, therefore, based on the begats, based on the exact time lineages, we find out that the earth is roughly 6,600 years old. Would you agree with that?
No, actually, I have no opinion on that.
Well, based on the begats, that's what it shows. So are you saying that the Bible is wrong?
I don't know. I am I subscribe to the Orthodox Christian view. So it's not, I don't go off of just what the Bible says.
How old do you think the earth is?
I don't know. And I don't care.
You don't know? No way to tell?
Don't know. Don't care.
Have you ever looked up how we found out how old the earth is?
It's a lot of guesswork. None of it passes.
Really? It's guesswork. Really?
None of it passes the scientific method.
All right.
Correct.
Well, you may want to look at the scientific experiments that were done to confirm exact half-lives and how we know for a fact that half-lives are real.
All of a sudden?
And then secondly, the next thing that you want to observe is that we were able to find rocks on planet Earth roughly about 4 point,
1stAmender?
roughly, hold on, hear me out.
Can you defend evolution at all?
Well, so here's the thing. What you said, what I asked you is, what prediction exists in biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree? And you're saying that everything we see today is
This
just
has
as
nothing
God
to
said it
do-
was.
No,
However,
what
when we
I
observe,
believe- this is about
what
evolution,
God
dude.
said it
What I
was,
believe
we
has
find
nothing
out that
to
the
do with
reality does not
evolution.
show that. The reality does not show.
believe has
We
nothing
literally
to do
have
with your
giant
defense of evolution.
billion
You're not
year long
defending
epochs
evolution.
of time that do not account
Can you
for
defend
the God
evolution, yes or
worldview.
no?
Does
Here, real
God
quick,
say
let me- I just
anything?
wanna,
Can you defend?
Does
you're
God
just
say
filibustering,
anything
dude.
I have
about
to-
the
let
hundreds
me-
of millions of years of dinosaurs
second.
and 5 extinction events that happened before us? Does
Yeah, real
God
quick,
say
though,
anything about
Amanda, Real
that?
quick, Amanda, real quick, because I think this is kind of like a comparative. It's essentially a comparative worldview question. What's going on, right?
Yeah.
So, like, just to be clear, are you asking about predictions regarding biology specifically, or like the broader
Biology is
questions, like
evolution.
just
Evolution is a cornerstone of
biology
biology.
It's an
specifically?
assertion.
No, it's not an assertion. That's literally what it is. That's not my assertion. That is literally what it is.
It's not
Right? The
No,
fact
okay,
that we can
does-
do work
Listen,
with
listen.
knowing
I have
that
a
evolution
question.
exists,
I have a question.
such as
Can you
creating of
answer any fucking
vaccines
questions,
or
dude?
understanding
Fuck.
geologic epochs of time, we know for a fact that evolution is real. And the problem is that when I ask you the question, what prediction exists in the biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree, you are completely incapable of
I'm not
understanding that
defending
question
my worldview
because
tonight. That's not
the
the
reason
prompt.
why you're
It's not
completely
the prompt.
incapable of understanding it is because that there is no predictive model that the biblical worldview holds over evolution. Evolution is far
Evolution
more
can't even
equipped
pass
to being
through the
able to
scientific
establish
method.
predictive
Okay,
outcomes.
real quick for you both,
Oh my
just
God.
real quick for you both, okay? Because just to be clear, Amander's asking it for a prediction regarding biology. So and you're saying what you're saying, Kung Fu Joe, is that you're not here to defend the biblical worldview. So you're saying that, like, your position tonight, you're just rejecting evolution only. You're not affirming an alternative worldview.
According to the prompt, yeah, it's evolution
Okay.
is kind of right. Yeah, I can just come at it from an internal critique of science alone. I don't need to compare my worldview against his.
Right, that's fine. You don't need to defend your views that you're not advancing. It's just as long as you don't invoke them as evidence or explanation, right? So, like,
What I'm saying is that there can be competing theories to what he's proposing, right? I could say an alien came and created everything.
Of course, of course. All I'm saying is, if you're not invoking them as your explanation to why evolution is wrong,
Correct.
I understand that you're saying you don't want to get into defending that.
Only out of good faith, Easy. I answered a few of his questions. That's the only thing that opened up my position at all. But I'm not defending my worldview tonight.
Okay, I understand that. So what would be, like, for the things that 1stAmender has presented, what would be like your main I guess hole that you want to point out, and then Amender can defend that directly?
I simply want to point out that macroevolution specifically does not pass through the scientific method.
If you adhere through the concept of microevolution, if you add more time to it, that would mean macroevolution exists. No, it's not.
Time doesn't change anything.
It's not fallacious. It's literally
Time
what we
doesn't change
observe.
anything.
That's why we observe giant changes in geologic epochs of time. You cannot make that reality go away. Modern science relies very heavily on predictability as its core component of the scientific method.
Do you realize time doesn't change anything?
If you possess no predictability behind your biblical worldview, then guess what? It's no longer science. We go for things that actually explain things and actually predict things, not nonsense basis that has no basis in reality. That's the problem.
Method?
The scientific
you
method.
admit-
Yeah, that's part of the scientific method. That's correct.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is a core component. You need to establish predictive quality in order to have anything. Yes, it's beyond your middle school science class. It goes beyond your middle school science class.
What the scientific method was
Jesus.
before. Look, I drew it on a whiteboard for you.
Yeah, I understand
Look,
that.
Here, let's
I
do it.
understand
Let's
that.
take macroevolution through the scientific method. What's the observation?
The observation is that we are able to observe many different species.
Wait, how?
What?
So we see
We observe many different species.
Okay, so you go on a nature hike and you see a bunch of different
Yeah,
life forms,
bunch of
right?
different creatures. Yep.
Okay, and then what's the question?
The question is, how did all of those arise?
Okay, so how did all of those arise is the question. Okay.
Yep.
What's the hypothesis?
That it likely evolved over time with differences in environment. There's also other things, but I just want to keep it simple for now.
Hold on. What makes that the hypothesis?
That was the thought that it would be where we operate an assumption and then we check whether or not that assumption is real.
How did you get to that assumption though?
That's what do you think? What do you think a hypothesis is?
How did you come?
Holy
up with
shit! You're actually fucking stupid. Holy crap!
No, wait. How did you?
You're actually
how
fucking
did you get
cooked,
that one,
dude. Hypothesis is an assumption.
Yeah, based on what?
Nothing. You
Nothing.
operate the assumption, which is the hypothesis, and then you perform experimenting to determine whether or not that the hypothesis could be true.
So wait, some guy just the thought just bubbled up in his
That's
head.
how hypotheses start. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Hold
That's
on.
literally
Wait. So
how it works.
Wait. Let me clarify.
Holy shit! You're actually fucking brain rotted. Fucking kill me.
You're telling me that a thought bubbled up in a guy's head and that became true?
So you have to operate within
with no clues.
Yeah. So you have to operate within previous experiments that have shown results. So it has to fit everything else.
Okay.
But yes, you basically will come up with effectively a guess. It's a guess like, hey, I think it's this. And then you perform an experiment in an attempt to falsify the guess.
What's the experiment? What's the experiment that proves macroevolution?
So what we have done is that we have molecular genetics. We can look at experimental evolution, such as bacteria adapting to new food sources.
Tell me what the experiment
and computer
is that you set up in the
simulations.
laboratory.
Well, I know, for example, that I don't know if you've ever seen the Harvard experiment of, there was some bacteria that we created a giant petri dish, and on the outsides had zero, there was no antibiotic along the outside of the petri dish. And then as it got closer and closer, the concentrations of the petri dish increased over time, or it just increased. And so as it got closer to the center, but basically it had 1 time the amount and then 10 times the amount. And then in the center, it was 100 times the amount. And so what you found is that the bacteria would grow and then stop where the antibiotic was until there was a mutation that allowed it to be resistant to that antibiotic until it reached the next one, to where it created a new mutation to be resistant to 10 times. And then finally it was able to get to the center after, I think, 2 weeks of time had gone by. And it is, there's a visual.
Does it change into anything other than an microorganism?
Yeah, so it never changes to something else in the same way that you always
so I said
have
macro, right?
In the same reason why all humans and from here on out will always have a backbone, as long as that there were chordates.
That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
No,
that's literally how it works.
That's a contradiction.
You asked, does the bacteria ever turn into something else?
You're saying,
and I'm saying that you always possess everything
theory,
of what
10
first existed.
10 billion years. Humans will still have a backbone in 10 billion years?
Correct.
That's a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Did humans come from, if everything, is the backbone still in flux?
What?
Is the backbone still in flux?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by flux.
Is it still changing according to the evolutionary worldview?
I mean, if
You
there
should
was an
know this.
evolution, if there was an evolutionary advantage, sure. But you
No,
would always have
according
a
to
backbone. You will always
No,
have a
according
back.
to
Take
the
for example, let me
evolutionary
ask you this, right?
theory,
How many
You're
how
not
many
even
neck
on board
bones?
with your own theory,
Let me ask
dude.
you this. How many neck bones?
You don't even know your own theory.
How many neck
I know
bones?
your
Hey,
theory
Kung
better
Fu
than
Joe.
you.
You didn't even know what a hypothesis was until I explained
This
it to you.
is
So
is
let's
embarrassing.
start with this, right? How many neck bones do humans have?
What
It's
does
okay if
this
you don't
have
know
to
it.
do with anything?
I'm just asking. I was just
What does this have to do with anything?
how many
You didn't
neck
answer
bones
my
does a human
question.
have? All right, the answer
No,
is
dude,
7.
no.
The answer is 7. We
No,
have
you didn't
the humans have
you
7.
didn't answer my question.
Humans have 7 neck bones.
Just so that we're not
Now-
we don't dodge what Kung Fu's saying, and I just want to be clarify on what you were asking. The hypothetical about humans in a billion years, right? Either regardless of what the answer may be, how does that like support or undermine the resolution of like is evolution real? Like what was the
So when
crux
you
of that?
observe the geologic epochs of time, you'll find that there's multiple instances of extinction events, mass extinction events. There's 5 of them prior to us. We're currently in the 6th. But if you observe that it starts with simplistic organisms, then it gets more and more complex. And then extinction event, and then you usually have like minor amounts of what was there, usually smaller organisms, and then it branches out again, another extinction event. And so I guess the question is like we could observe, for example, eukaryotes exist for a long period of time. Or like, for example, we can deterministically find out where we're going to find marsupials. You'll notice, for example, across North America or the Americas, there exists like only a single only a few marsupials, like possums. But the reason why is because you can observe that there was actually a connection of the different continents called Gondwana.
All right.
But Asia was never a part of Gondwana. So when you actually look at the geologic epochs of time and say China, you're never going to find, for example, marsupial bones, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense?
Finding bones in the ground does nothing for your argument, dude. Okay, I'm going to like take this a different direction because you can't even engage.
Now, how many neck bones exist in a giraffe?
No.
How many neck bones exist in a giraffe comparison to a human? Humans got 7.
No, you didn't.
How many does a giraffe have?
No. I'm not answering.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
No, you don't.
Giraffes are mammals.
Dude.
Giraffes are mammals. So, considering that both are mammals, how many neck bones are there in the giraffe?
How much time he's taking out? You're like,
okay. So just bring it back in here, to bring it on topic here. You said you wanted to go to a different question, Kung Fu, and I think maybe that'll help us to get away from us going off track so much here. So
it's not off track. Me talking about the neck bones of a giraffe is not off track. Yeah, it's completely on track, right? Because what happens is that we're talking about a predictive measurement. It is a predictive measurement of an evolutionary worldview, considering that if it's true that evolution is true, if evolution is true, then considering that giraffes are mammals and humans are mammals, what we ought to observe is the same amount of bones that exist in the neck of a giraffe as would exist in the neck of a human, because they are both mammals. And do you know how many? And guess. And I'm gonna give a question. This is gonna be specifically actually for Speakeasy. Speakeasy. Guess. Based on the mammal of human having 7 neck bones and a giraffe being a mammal, how many neck bones do you think a giraffe has as opposed to a human?
Well, I'm not part of the debate.
I know you're not. I know. It's just for fun. Just for fun. Just think for a second. Understanding evolution is true.
Know. I really don't know. They got big.
Understanding that evolution is true. That we have stunning similarity between other mammals. How many neck bones do you think it is?
I guess maybe the same. I don't know. I don't know. And
look at you.
It doesn't matter.
Look
what
at you.
I think
Hold on.
about this.
You just did it. You just did it. Do you understand? You predicted that the giraffe has the same bones despite
off
the
what you
fact
said, yeah.
having this crazy long neck. You would assume this super long neck, man, it's gotta have
Just
like
dribbling
20,
off
30
the clock,
bones.
dude.
No, the answer
No
is,
confidence
the
in your
answer is,
decision.
it's 7. Why? Because we have the same genetic ancestry, and when we observe geologic epochs of time, we observe that there exist creatures that are transitionary
Wink,
between
deal. Great. You haven't
between
defended against any
us
of my
and other
opposition
mammals.
here today.
That's amazing. That's
Okay, so
fucking cool.
Okay, so 1stAmender is showing that based off the evolution predictive model, it shows that we can predict mammals are going to have the same amount of neck bones. Kung Fu Joe, if you have something you want to directly respond to that, you can, or if you wanted to ask your question, you said you had a different question, you can do that as well. But go ahead and I'll start the timer back up here.
I'm going to do a quick little response to what he said, and then I'm going to ask a question to take us into a different direction, but it is still in line with the prompt, right? So to answer his question, again, I could just say the aliens all created them that way, and we've never observed them in real time to change into anything else other than what they are. The flies are still flies. The dogs are still dogs. None of these things are changing. But, since he doesn't want to engage with the scientific part of evolution, we'll just go to the next question. Is evolution real? He believes it is. But the problem with that is that if I evolved to believe that evolution is total bullshit and he evolved not to, what would be the symmetry breaker there?
I don't even know what that question is. All right, let's operate under the hypothesis that aliens created them that way.
No. Answer my question.
That's not even a question.
It is a question.
It's not even
What's
a
the
sensical
symmetry breaker?
question. It's just.
Yes, it is.
What do you mean? Explain it.
I evolved to believe that evolution is bullshit.
All right, you just falsified yourself in saying evolution is true.
No. If I grant
you just
that
said you evolved to believe.
Yeah, if I grant
so evolution is
world,
true, you
right?
dumbass.
Hypothetical. No, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, I know. Based on your hypothetical that disproves itself. You're an idiot.
No,
all right, so let's operate under the hypothesis that aliens were created that way. Okay, great. So what we ought to see is rather than seeing geologic epochs of time, of long periods of time, of speciation exists.
Before you get into this, just answer his question directly go ahead and ask it again, Joe. And if maybe explain it a little more so he understands what you mean.
Is there anything other than natural evolution that explains my belief that evolution is bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of propaganda mills that exist out there that go against basic science and evidence.
I evolved to believe them.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would have to admit that my belief that evolution is bullshit is due to my evolution from your worldview, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And your belief that evolution is true is due to your evolution, right?
Yeah.
So how could you? Isn't debating me a contradiction?
No, you're contradicting yourself because you're saying evolution isn't true.
No, this is a hypothetical, dude. Try to keep up. If I were to under your worldview, right? If you just evolved to believe what you believe, and I just evolved to believe what I believe, isn't debating a contradiction?
No.
Why debate me? Why debate?
Because I like changing people's minds and challenging my own worldview?
No, it does. No, you don't have free will to change your mind. So how are you going to change anybody's mind if we were all predetermined?
If you wanted to talk about determinism, I'd be more than happy to talk with you about determinism and deterministic outcomes. I'm more than happy to.
You believe that
the problem is that it's not really relevant to evolution.
It is.
It's not, because you're talking about determinism. Determinism. What's the by the way, just so you're aware, there actually is no real logical defeater to determinism as of right now. There just doesn't. It doesn't exist.
What's the prompt, Amender?
The prompt is evolution true.
Yeah, and you're taking the affirmative, correct?
Correct.
So what is true?
Yeah, the giant amount of biological
No, I mean, how do
epochs
you know what truth?
that is
How do you account for
observational,
truth?
based off of
How do you account for
evidence.
truth?
Evidence.
No, that's just looking at how do you know what truth
We look
is?
at geologic.
No.
How do
I'm
I
not
determine
asking
what is
the
true?
evidence. Yeah.
I typically will look at empirical sources. I look at well accredited sources.
The truth, the concept of truth. Do you
Justified true belief.
How do you get a justified true belief?
I look at empirically backed sources that have a large predictive outcome.
That's just your brain doing what it's supposed to.
No, I look at empirically backed sources that have a predictive outcome. If it does not possess a predictive outcome, it's bunk.
Okay, look, watch this. Is a blade of grass growing in nature? It's just doing its thing, right? There's no true or false value about it.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of grass, so I would say
no,
yeah.
but there's no true or false value about the blade of grass growing. It's just doing what it's doing in space-time, right? It's just happening.
I mean, it would be growing in the sense that it's getting larger or longer.
But it's not true or false, right? There's nothing true or false about the blade of grass.
If you're asking whether or not there's a blade of grass on planet Earth that is growing, the answer is yes, it is true. That would be true.
No. I'm saying if the blade of grass is just growing, there's no true or false value to it, right? If a lion is just
would be a true value.
No, it's not. It's just happening.
That would make it true.
Well, what is true?
Justified true belief? Like I don't understand. Like what is true?
Okay. Just to be clear, I think we're getting a little bit into like epistemology here, and like
the prompt kind of
I would say in accordance with fact and reality, or reality, I guess. Like that would
but see, if
I just want to remind you, Kung Fu, to be able to tie it back to whether like evolution as a biological claim is real.
Yeah, well, he can't even get to that because the thing is, his brain is just unfolding in space-time, like it's just doing its thing. So propositions don't have any kind of truth value, right?
That's an epistemologically lazy way to address what I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you specific geologic epochs of time that observe transitionary species, and as you dig deeper, there's transition of the transitions, as well as mixed in with extinction
how your brain
events.
Sees it, bro.
Well, it's not how my brain sees it. It's what is observed throughout for people who study bones and fossils, that we're able to observe this. And when we look at endogenous retroviruses, we find that there is a stunning similarity to what is in the ground to what we see out in Well, I'm saying it's a predictive model. It is a predictive model.
I already accept the similarity. It doesn't go against.
So then you would have to accept evolution. Right? You would have to accept evolution if you accept the similarity.
No, I could just there's other hypotheses out there. Like I said,
there aren't. There's the theory. No, there's the theory. And then there's morons that pretend that they are providing a theory, but they actually provide zero predictive model whatsoever. I took you through your little board, your white. I took you through your whiteboard. I took you through every single step.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't get through the experiment. When you got to the experiment, you got to microevolution.
Do you remember bacteria adapting to new food sources? Do you remember that?
That's just adaptation.
Yeah, that would be evolution. That's literally what evolution is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Adaptation.
Yes, it is. It's just more time. If you allow for tiny changes over time, then what if I do 10 tiny changes? What if I do 100 tiny changes? What about 1,000 tiny changes? At some point, it becomes a giant change. No. Do you understand?
No, I could do 1,000.
Yes, that's literally how that works. You're an idiot.
Elephant?
Oh my God, you're an idiot.
I could do 1,000 tiny changes to an elephant, and it could still look like an elephant.
Yes, you will have similarities to an elephant as it continues to evolve. That's correct. In the same way, in the same way that you're still a chordate and you are still a eukaryote. You are all of those things. You are all of the things that you were in the
No,
past.
but okay, so look, can I ask you really quickly, would you agree that random mutations are the pathway to getting one type of life form, like let's say a Pachycetus to a whale? You would say that
That's one.
it would take random mutations combined with natural selection and the environment, right?
I'm sorry, say again.
Random mutation combined with natural selection and the environment gets you from a Pachycetus to a whale. That's your worldview?
So there's lots of types of evolution.
Just in general, just yes or no?
No, there's lots of types of evolution.
No. Okay, so do they all require random mutation?
So there's always random mutation no matter
Yes or
what you
no?
do.
So yes.
What? Repeat the question.
So yes.
These are complex questions. It's not as simple as a yes or no.
No, it is. It is. So
Maybe
Well, like,
this
if
will
you're
help,
asking
Kung
types
Fu
of
Joe.
evolution,
Actually,
right?
I just
Like-
thought of something. Could you just maybe quickly for us define evolution as you're using it? Like, does it include the changes in gene frequencies and
Okay.
traits within the populations, or
Yeah.
only like large scale common
Yeah.
ancestry claims?
Sure. So I brought it up in my opening, right? In my opening, I said I'm specifically attacking what they would call macro evolution. So you could, in their worldview, they parse it into two categories. There's micro and macro. Micro is saying that things about the animal changes, right? Macro is saying that the animal itself changes into a whole other animal. And that's the one I'm arguing against. I already accept micro, or what they call, what I call adaptation. I think that the thing, like a lizard, is always going to be a lizard, but it's going to go through 1,000 different changes. There are lizards that produce asexually. There are lizards that don't. There are a bunch of different kinds of lizards, but they're all lizards, even though they're different from each other. I accept that, and I accept that they could keep changing and yet still be lizards. What I don't accept is that a land-based, like wolf-sized animal became a whale. There's no evidence of that, and it doesn't pass through the scientific method. Macroevolution specifically is the one that is, one, doesn't pass through the scientific method, and two, is unfalsifiable.
It does, because if you look at geologic epochs of time, we can observe that there are slight variation and changes.
What's the experiment in macroevolution?
I would have to look at the exact experiment. I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, you can't defend it. Okay.
But pulling up the Pachycetus, you would have slight variation from Pachycetus, which was a land animal, like you said, land mammal.
Assertion. I want the mechanistic changes. Tell me what happens mechanistically.
Yes,
that causes the first change to go from Pachycetus to whale. What is it?
So, well, it's multiple steps. So, for starters, you would have a separation between, say, a Pachycetus and Indohyus, which is you have the similarity being a thick, bony wall around the middle ear. It's not a story. It's what is observed in the geologic epochs of time. That is what is scientifically found.
No, I don't want
you have a thick, bony wall around the middle ear of a freshwater, semi-aquatic habitat. Okay. From there, you have speciation that occurs.
You know what mechanistically means?
Yeah, I'm giving you the mechanistically how Pachycetus turns to whale. You wanted to know. So I want to take you to cetacean. Here, I'll provide you the picture. I'll provide you the picture.
Right?
Here it is.
No, I don't want a picture or a story.
You're getting a picture.
You to answer my
it's not a story. It's what is observed in geologic epochs of time. It's not a story.
What happens? What's the first thing that happens?
I'm going to provide it real quick. So it's right here.
Look, see, this is what he does. He doesn't engage. He doesn't answer questions.
Well, you asked the question. I'm answering the question.
No, I'm asking you. What's the first
on screen for me?
Mechanistic change that takes the DNA from Pachycetus to whale? What's the first thing that happens?
Oh, it's just okay. Hold up. Sorry.
Yeah, please make that big if you could.
No, I don't care about your story, dude.
So you can
That's
see right
not
here.
what I'm asking
Here's
for.
the Pakicetus, where they had a
I
thick bony wall
understand.
around
I
the middle ear,
understand your
freshwater semi-aquatic
cartoon.
habitat. And
Do
then,
you
of
not-
course,
you don't
the
understand my
large,
question.
powerful tail, shorter legs, fat pad in
You
the
showing
jaw
me this?
for hearing
You're-
in brackish
clearly
water
showing
habitat,
that you don't
and then
understand my
to a
question by
saltwater
showing me your
habitat
little
where you
animated
have
cartoon.
the
Your
Cuchicetus
little-
and the
Okay, real
Rhodocetus, the
quick,
saltwater
'cause
habitat.
we're talking
then
over each
doesn't-
other now.
A
Real
nasal.
quick,
Well, I'm just
real quick,
explaining
doesn't
how
address
it
the question
happens.
I'm asking you.
One second, hold up. So, if I'm understanding your question correctly, Kung Fu, you're asking what's the first adaptation that starts on the Pakicetus before
No.
it becomes the I don't know what that is.
No, I'm asking what occurs in the Pakicetus that or Indohyus, whatever he wants. Like, what occurs within the life form so that it begins changing? What happens?
Slight
Okay.
variations of genetics, and there could be competition that occurs.
How
You can have.
how does the genetic variation occur?
It's just the function of genetics. It's just random.
So it just randomly it just happens.
Yeah.
So evolution just happens.
Yeah, genetically speaking. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways that evolution happens. Like you could talk about, allopatric, where you have a barrier that is formed that creates like isolation. And so you end up with new distinct species after
No,
equilibrium
bro,
of
that's
those
not
species.
science.
You could end
Saying
up with
that
a
just happens isn't science, dude.
parapatric,
That's
a
pseudoscience.
parapatric instance where there's a new
That's
niche,
magic.
and when that new niche is introduced, that
No,
there
dude,
is slight
you're
differentiation
creating
that takes
magic,
advantage of that
no
new niche.
magician.
And then you
You just
have
said it just
sympatric,
happened.
where you have instances of polymorphism, which would just be
Hello?
just direct genetic changes.
Hello, McFly? Are you in there? Did you hear yourself earlier?
Yeah, I mean it's a thing that we observe. We observe that this happens.
Do you remember? Hold on,
Here,
wait.
look,
Do you
I'll show
remember
you.
when
Like, here's
wait,
different
hold on, let me
different
ask you a
types of
question. Let me ask you a
evolution.
question.
So you
Let me
can-
ask you a
If you could
question.
show that for
Can
on
I ask you
screen
a
for me,
question?
I'd
Oh
appreciate
my
that.
god, dude. This guy just thinks he's just gonna fucking bulldoze forward. think
Yeah,
he's
just real
winning
quick.
without answering any
Ask
fucking
your question, Joe.
Do you remember earlier the example I gave about like the candle in the pot example, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you remember like there's a causal mechanism in there, right? If I put the lid on the candle and the candle just went out in 30 seconds rather than just lasting until the whole candle burns down.
Yeah.
Is it valid for me to just say,
Well, the specific
instead of looking at-
experiment.
shut up, dude. Hold on. Is it valid for me to say that when the flame just goes out, instead of giving an explanation for why it goes out in 30 seconds, just that it happens, right? Is that doing science?
No.
No. So you saying that a random mutation just happens, that's not science either, is it?
Yeah, I mean that's why I was bringing up the science, so that way we can understand why it happens.
No,
That's
no.
why. Can you
You-
please
you
show
already
that
said it
diagram for
just
me, if you would be so
happens.
kind?
No, wait. You listen.
being
You
disingenuous.
just said it
Can you
just
please
happened.
show my? Okay, so here you could see
Show me
multiple
no, I don't care about your
instances
story,
of
dude.
allopatric,
This is
parapatric, and
just what I said he
sympatric
was going to do in my opening
instances
statement. I said he was going to do
species.
this. And
Why
here
can
he
you
is.
not engage?
He's not answering
You
my
asked.
question.
Yes, I
'cause you're
did.
not
I
engaging.
answered
No, you
your
didn't answer
question
my
directly.
question.
You're an idiot.
You just said debate over. It's not science.
It's not
Therefore,
even a
the
matter
debate's
of
over,
debate.
dude.
You've provided no predictability behind your argument.
No, it doesn't. No,
You have
My
no
argument is an
predictability.
internal
Mine is a
critique of
trillion-dollar
evolution.
industry that is necessary.
No,
The oil
yeah, that
industry is a
doesn't make it
trillion-dollar
right.
industry, and
That's
they're
a-
able to dig in
that's a
specific
fallacy.
geologic epochs of time and
That's
get
a
very, very
fallacy,
stunning
dude.
degrees of
You-
accuracy
we got
because we
money,
know
therefore
evolution
I'm
exists.
right. That's
It's not because
it's-
of money, you idiot.
Dude, he said.
I'm saying it
he said, "We
depends
have
on
money,
it, you
therefore I'm
moron.
right."
You're such a
Did you
dumb
hear
fuck.
that?
You're
We
a
got
dumb
money,
fuck. Holy
therefore
shit.
I'm right.
I'm done.
Can you
I'm done. This
answer
guy's a
the
dumb fuck.
question Can you answer the question? Now,
I
dude?
didn't say anything about the point of having money. I'm saying that a large organization has to
What
ensure
does that have
that
to do with
it has
anything?
a predictive value to digging for
We got a
oil.
large
We know, for
organization, therefore
example,
it's correct,
through the
guys.
geologic epochs of time, that there was the Carboniferous era, which was largely plants that
Dude.
were swampy regions that collapsed down
Dude.
into compressed categories, which is now what we use
just
as our
spoke yourself
hydrocarbons.
right.
So
No,
the
you said
the
random
trillion-dollar
mutation just
industry
happened.
requires
That's not
there to
science.
be
The
a
debate's
predictive
over.
analysis.
You
That
conceded
you
the
don't
debate.
have these fields pulling up the Bible for a proper
It's over.
prediction
You're done.
where the fucking where
You're done,
oil
dude.
exists. Do you see?
That's,
Do you
it's over.
understand?
You're done. You cooked yourself. You just said it's not
What a dumb
science.
fuck. All right, I
Therefore,
don't know. I'm done. Yeah,
therefore
yeah.
it's not science, dude.
You're a fucking
You
idiot.
just cooked yourself.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
You just cooked
Stop
yourself.
wasting
Your own
fucking more.
answers. We said it just happens.
I can lead a
isn't
horse to
science,
water. I
right?
can't make him drink.
You agreed. I walked
Do you have any
like
questions
a dog,
for me?
dude.
Or
I
are you
put
just going to
leash
be a
around
fucking
you,
moron?
and I asked you. No,
You've
you
provided
answered my
zero. You have
question.
provided zero evidence
That
for your
has nothing to
claim.
do.
I have provided
No, my claim-
mountains
I don't
and
have a
mountains of
claim.
evidence of my claim.
I'm not
Yeah,
defending
because
a
if you did
claim.
have a claim, then it would be fucking ridiculous. So
My
it
claim
basically
is that
leaves you
under
completely
science,
unfalsifiable. Is that
evolution not
No,
scientific?
what? Just okay. Wait a minute. Hold up. Amender's made
Dumb
the
fuck.
claim here that, like, when he brought up the oil companies and stuff, he's saying that they use a evolution worldview to predict where the oil's going to be, and
Yes.
he's using this as
No, they
a
don't.
argument for evolution, saying
That
this wouldn't be
shows-
possible if it was wrong.
No, you could do like geology is a whole different thing. You could like look for where things are under the ground. That doesn't prove scientifically that a fly used to not be a fly. There's
Okay.
no
So
scientific
oil
observation
companies
there. There's no
do
test.
use
Hold on, dude.
biological
I
evolution,
don't care. I
specifically
don't care
through
about
Hold up,
your
Amanda. Let him just let,
Hold on, dude, you're
just
not- I
let,
wasn't
What
let
a
done yet.
Joe finish
dumbass.
getting it off.
What
there.
a
Why-
dumbass. God, he's
No,
dumb.
you're an
Let-
idiot.
let
You're
him
so
finish.
mad
God, you're
that you
dumb.
lost the debate, dude.
God, you're
Let him
dumb.
finish what he was
Okay,
saying. Go
listen.
ahead.
So saying that things just happen, I just got him to agree that if I put the lid on the jar and it went out faster, right? Then if I just left the lid off the jar,
What does
if I
identifying
just
that
said,
oxygen
well,
is real
shut
have to
up,
do with
and that if I
evolution?
just said, well, it just happens,
Your
right?
experiment has
That's
to do
not
with
science.
oxygen,
One
not
So
second,
when I
let him
evolution.
asked,
finish
hold
it
on,
up.
dude. Oh, look, he can't help himself. So
God,
when
what a
I asked
dumbass.
him, when I asked him, how do the random mutations happen?
Your
And he
candle
said, "They just
experiment proves
happen." That's
oxygen.
not science.
Your candle
Therefore, the
experiment
debate's
proves
over.
oxygen. It has nothing to do with evolution. You dumb fuck.
I know. I was
Now,
using it as an
oil
analogy.
companies use the principles
No,
of
the debate's
biological
over. You already
evolution
lost.
specifically through biostratigraphy. They study fossilized organisms to locate hydrocarbons. By identifying microfossils, geologists can determine the age and the environment of rock layers, helping
No.
pinpoint exact ancient organic material is buried, heated, and converted into oil, reducing the cost of oil drilling
No, you're actually wrong about
oil
that.
drilling wells. That is 1,000% true.
Nope.
You're wrong.
There are
You don't know what you're
no,
talking
there are
about.
there are
Literally,
new
just Google.
hypotheses about
Google.
how
Just
oil
Google.
is-
Do
we
oil
don't.
companies use evolution to predict where hydrocarbons are?
No,
Just
they
do
don't.
that.
They don't. That doesn't
Just
make
do that.
evolution-
Ask yourself that
doesn't
question.
make
Do oil
macroevolution
companies use evolution to
scientifically
predict where
viable.
hydrocarbons are? The answer is yes. The answer to that
It
is
doesn't
yes.
pass macroevolution through the
Yes,
scientific
it
method,
does.
and
You're
it's
a moron.
unfalsifiable.
And also,
No, okay.
microevolution is macroevolution.
Falsify it.
It's just more time. You
No,
dumbass.
time doesn't change anything.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it
just to be
does.
clear, because
No, it doesn't. Hold on.
Amender is saying that they use evolution to predict it. You're saying no, they have other ways. Do you want to just maybe show, like, demonstrate or
Oh
explain
yes,
the other
please.
ways?
What other way?
Yeah,
What
there
way
are,
do they
there are
do?
new theories about oil where they're saying that actually maybe we don't know how oil is produced. And some people, a large head of an oil company said that oil is actually infinite because it's part of a natural process in the earth that is constantly recycling like all dead matter, not just ancient dead matter, just whatever dead matter. Yeah, sure. Lots of animals and people lived and died on the earth, and maybe they're being turned into oil. So what? That doesn't prove that macroevolution is true. We tried to get it through the scientific method.
So when
You
they're
can't do
saying
it. Hold
that,
on, stop. I wasn't done yet. Like again, when I asked him to use the scientific method to explain how random mutation the pathway from a Pakicetus to a whale, he said it just happens, and that's not science. So my next question for 1stAmender here is, if specifically macroevolution, which I don't think he understands when I'm talking to him, he can't seem to delineate the difference between micro and macro. So I'm going to make it very specific for him, right? When you're trying to falsify macroevolution specifically, how would you falsify it?
So you don't delineate between macro and microevolution because it's the same thing.
No.
It's just more time. It's the same
No, it's not.
factor.
No,
the only people that say micro and macroevolution are different things are usually young Earth creationists or people that deny evolution.
You're wrong. If you look them up,
it's not the reality.
Use Google, bro.
Yeah,
Google.
It's all Discovery
macro,
Institute. It's all Discovery Institute morons that say that. It has nothing to do. It's not actually in science. And science will tell you
macroevolution
that macro and microevolution is the same thing. So oil. So when they're telling you that oil is infinite, by the way, it's not that oil literally is infinite.
That's why
what they mean is pricing in what is economically viable. For example, if it cost $100,000 to withdraw 1 barrel of oil, it would not be economically advantageous to do that, and so there will always be oil available. But oil is not being replenished because you're talking about hundreds of millions of years of the Carboniferous era. I just did. How would I falsify it? If there was a geologic epoch of time that does not show distinct variations of species of through careful lineages, that would be the falsifier.
How would you falsify it today? What would you need to see or find
I just told you.
Falsify it?
I just told you. I just told you. I would have to observe that the long geologic epochs of time do not have a long list of transitionary species that can be observed, and the transitions of those transitions, the deeper you go.
That's begging the question.
No, it's not, because it provides a falsification principle.
No, look,
it provides a falsification principle.
No, like earlier, I did it with the dinosaur bones, right? You couldn't give me a viable symmetry breaker to prove if it's a dinosaur versus a dragon.
Do you believe
you couldn't do it?
Do you believe that God is what made all the creatures?
This isn't a defense of my worldview.
I'm just asking you, what is it?
Of evolution, and
I've provided tons and tons of evidence why it is. So if it's not evolution, what could it be? What provides a greater predictive model?
Not become a dog in
a lab. What provides a greater predictive model, Kung Fu Joe?
There's no scientific evidence.
You have no predictive model. No. Exactly. That's the problem.
It's called the scientific method, right? The scientific method.
Yeah, I've already provided the scientific method.
No, how would you? What's the experiment to prove that macro evolution is true? You haven't answered that.
So that right there, that's gonna wrap up the hour of open floor. All right. First off, excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. We're going to enter the final phase of the debate. It's a closing statement. Quick reminder, to the live chat. The Q&A is there in the chat. So if you got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in right now. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App, these always take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free chat questions. So if you want something you want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move into closings. All right. We're going to start with 1stAmender. So 1stAmender, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Who's going first?
1stAmender.
So my opponent, he's going to keep gesturing things, bringing up things like kinds. It's not really a scientific category. You don't really have a definition there. There's no mechanism. There's no prediction. You can't test it, can't falsify it. You can't use it to discover anything new. Evolution, on the other hand, and I've demonstrated, does make predictions, and it nails them all the time. And why does this matter? Well, it's science. That's what science is. We don't explain things after the fact. We're going to predict things that we're going to find before we find it. Evolution has done this repeatedly. We've predicted transitional fossils. We found them in the exact rock layers that we expected. We predicted that there are nested hierarchies of genetic similarity. That is exactly what DNA shows. We've predicted shared errors in the genome, such as endogenous retroviruses. And sure enough, humans and other primates share the same viral insertions in the same exact locations. It is not just digging up bones. It is a coherent, cross-confirming framework that spans paleontology, genetics, and biology. So, to repeat my question, and that the opponent has spent this entire debate dodging, what is your alternative that explains all of this at the same level of precision? Because saying God did it or they were created as is doesn't actually predict anything. Why do fossils appear in a strict chronological order? Why are there no modern mammals that appear in Cambrian layers? Why is there genetic similarity that forms a branching tree instead of random clusters? Why do we share broken genes and viral insertions with other species? It's not an explanation. It is post hoc excuse. So addressing his micro versus macro evolution distinction, this is where the argument really does collapse. My opponent accepts small changes and a variation of species. That's great. Awesome. But then he arbitrarily says that those changes cannot accumulate into larger differences. That's like saying that you can accept that you could take steps, but reject that walking long enough will get you somewhere. There is no mechanism presented where that limit is. There is no gene boundary. There's no biological wall. There's no observed stopping point. In fact, we observe the exact opposite. The fruit fly experiment that I provided with Diane Dodd in 1989 demonstrated that populations under different conditions begin to stop breeding with each other. That is the definition of speciation beginning. So the burden shifts to, at what point do small changes magically stop adding up, and what mechanism prevents that? If you can't answer that, your position is not scientific, it's just denial of scale. And so with that, I cede the rest of my time. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Kung Fu Joe. When you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so this was exactly what I expected. Everything that I predicted in my opening statement came true. Like I'm a magic wizard somehow, right? So what I didn't expect is that he would call all black people apes. That was pretty wild. I just, for clarity, I don't hold that position. That's his racist position, right? I don't believe anybody's an ape. But on top of that, he couldn't take us through the false, the scientific method of macroevolution without doing a bait and switch with microevolution, just like I knew he was going to do. And he kept on making the same fallacy over and over again. Well, see, you guys, something changed about the flies. Therefore, flies used to not be flies.
By the way, I definitely did do this.
He made a contradiction
saying that's
according to his own model, where he said that, where I asked him, in 10 billion years, will humans still have a backbone? And he said, yes.
Humans will still have a backbone. That's literally how evolution works.
The evolutionary theory
that would have to be like an instance
according to
where
the evolutionary
a backbone
theory,
is no longer
everything is in flux.
advantageous, and
everything,
then maybe it could
even
change.
your own brain, right?
But you will always
so
be
his
a
own
eukaryote.
brain
You will always have
that can
be
do
according.
reasoning and affirm that evolution is true. It is very possible that it could evolve to not even be able to read anymore. He wouldn't be able to read. His brain would be useless. But then again,
I doubt this guy
he doesn't believe that his brain has any kind of purpose, because like he said, it just mutated that way, right? There is no purpose to the brain. There is no
That's
actual correct.
You assume
way the
purpose
brain can
because
work,
you're a
right?
highly
Under
conscious
his,
individual.
evolutionary model. He
But that has nothing
contradicted
to do with
himself
evolution.
when I asked him, okay, can you take me mechanistically through the scientific method of how the random mutation occurs? And he said, it just happens, right? And he tried to say that is science. It just happens, bro. Trust me, bro. That's science, right?
I mean,
I
we
took him, I
observe
led him
evolution, and the
straight there.
question
I
is
said,
what
here's the
happens.
example of the candle. If I put the lid on the candle and it goes out, I could just say
That
it
is
just happens. That's science.
That is an experiment
And
on
he said,
oxygen.
no,
that has
that's
absolutely
not.
nothing to do
So
with
by
anything.
his own logic, macroevolution isn't science either. All he did was, refer back to his fossil fetish where he's like, look, bones in the ground, bones in the ground. Again, similarity doesn't equal that we came from a common thing. It's a contradiction because the further back
He's a
you
eukaryote.
go
We would
in
come
human
from
history,
a common thing.
nothing looks like a human, right? He needs to get that's in his worldview,
Apes
not
look like
mine.
humans.
By his own worldview, the further back the
Apes are
human
humans.
species goes in ancestor,
Humans are apes.
it doesn't look anything like a human. You
By the
got
way, he can't hear
Pond
me.
Scum doing philosophy. That's his worldview.
We're not
crawled
Pond
out
Scum.
of the ocean as some kind of like fish with limbs, and then he thinks that
In order to have
he's
creatures with
cousins
limbs
with a banana,
on
right? Fish
land,
uncle, ancient fish uncle.
you would
But
have to
I'm
have
the
something that
crazy
comes from
one.
the ocean.
He can't pull this
Geologic
through the
epoch
scientific
proves that.
method to show me how a Pachycetus turns into a whale. But I'm the crazy faith-based guy.
I
But he's the one
provided
who
the
said random
very slow
mutation
steps
just
that
happens.
lead to a Pachycetus.
And
to being a
I'm the
whale.
crazy, bumpkin sky daddy enjoyer.
Yes, he's a
that
moron.
is
And
the
a
anti-science
crazy
one.
bumpkin
When I held
anti-science.
him to the standard of the scientific theory, and he didn't give me a falsification model either. I mean, this
Yes,
guy
I
just
provided
got
a
cooked
falsification
all over
model.
the place, and he tried to filibuster
He's
and
just saying I
dribble the
didn't have a
time out
falsification, but I
and
did.
go back to his fossils, go back to his layers that had nothing to do with the questions I was asking him, because he knew he was getting cooked. So he avoided
Saying you're
defending
getting cooked is
evolution
not
at all.
actually an argument.
So evolution fell tonight. Sad day for evolution fans everywhere. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that is going to wrap up the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reasons. All kinds of matchups we run. It's political, cultural, social, philosophy, trending topics, anything there's a conversation worth clashing over. We bring it into the arena. And if you're interested, in getting on a Swords of Reason, hit up either me or Tiny Pink in the Discord. It's discord.gg/bearcave. Get in there, you'll get a role, and we'll get you set up. Don't forget as well to subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. All right. So before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on the things I heard, maybe argument I want clarified, something I think was missed and deserves another pass, anything like this. And then once those get answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first question, I'll start with the pro-evolution side. So the first question is like, I guess it would be, what's like the single strongest piece of evidence for evolution that doesn't like rely on an assumption that already favors the theory?
I would say the geologic epoch and slight variation that occurs the deeper you dig. I think it's very good. That and if you understand half-lives and how that's formed, that you'll find that there's millions of years that occur between geologic epochs.
All right. And did you have anything for that, Kung Fu Joe?
That's just more question begging. Doesn't show any steps of the scientific method that gets you from like a dog to not a dog, or a fly to not a fly, or a microorganism to not a microorganism. It just macroevolution just fails this test every time.
All right. And then, so for my second question, for the pro side is, what observation? It was kind of asked, and I just think it deserves another pass here. What observation, like if you discovered it tomorrow, would like challenge or falsify your view on evolution? That's for you, 1stAmender.
Oh, that's for me. That's not for
Yeah,
him.
yeah. I got
He
two
I
for
would
said
have
him
second
and two
question for
next.
you.
I would
Yeah, I
have to
got two for
observe
you and then two for him.
I would have to observe that the geologic epochs are dead wrong, and that like you have, for example, mammals underneath, something like something that would not have mammals. That would probably be a good example. And basically, we would have to rule out things like folding of the Earth. But yeah,
Have they ever found a dinosaur bone or dinosaur skeleton like close to the surface of the Earth?
when was the last human found? I mean, yeah, there would be certain surfaces that would appear because of erosion. Sure.
No, dinosaur bone. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
you
it-
would
if
observe that there could be
Uh-huh.
dinosaur bones at the surface because of erosion.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Right. So,
But you still
that's
see the
not a
layering.
dependable method, right?
It is a dependable method. You just observe the layering as it's eroding. It's like if I wanted to cut into the layers of a jawbreaker, I would be
It
able to
doesn't
observe
work,
the
dude.
layers.
It's overcooked.
Okay. You're dumb.
Yeah.
You're
All right,
really dumb.
all right. Well, okay, so for the anti side now, for you, Joe, if you reject evolution as like a sufficient explanation, like do you have like an alternative model that like best explains the biological patterns that we do observe today?
Well, my personal worldview would be the Christian one, which is that God created many different kinds, and then he also allowed the genetic pathways to create multiple kinds of a kind.
That would mean that God allows for evolution.
No, it allows for adaptation. So a
That would be
lizard
evolution.
can still. No, that's just
That's literally
adaptation.
that's literally what
No,
evolution
because
is.
it's still lizards, right? Because it's a lizard. There's a desert lizard, and then there's a rainforest lizard, right? But
Yeah.
they can't live in each other's ecosystem.
Yeah,
But
evolution.
they adapted to live in
Yeah, like
the
evolution.
ecosystems they're
I
found
agree.
in. Yeah.
Evolution. Yeah.
No, that's not evolution. It perfectly aligns
Jesus
with
Christ, you're dumb.
the
Holy
Noah's
shit.
Ark story that he only took two of every
There's so many
kind,
Christians
right?
that at least believe in evolution. So at least not everybody's as brain
It's
rotted
not
as you.
evolution. That, again, macro evolution is what you need to prove, and you can't do it.
Okay. And then so my second question for you, Joe, would be like, what existing evidence would you concede, if any, is the strongest for evolution? Like, even if you believe like it's ultimately insufficient, what's like is there any existing evidence where you would say like that's like their strongest case for it?
Sure, if they could if they could show me, like when we were talking about.
I mean, like what exists, not like something that could pop up. I mean, something that is there anything that the evolution worldview has that they produce as evidence where you would concede, okay, that's like their strongest case here?
No, they got nothing. Like I said, you can't take if evolution.
He has
if
no
macroevolution-
falsification principle, guys.
Hold on, it's my turn, dude.
It's my turn.
If macroevolution is science, right? Then at the very least, it needs to be taken through the scientific method, and it can't do that. So it doesn't have what it needs to be, even to be at the least considered a valid scientific theory. It doesn't do that. It doesn't meet the bare minimum requirement for a valid scientific theory.
Yeah, all biologists are wrong. You're right.
That's it. That's a fallacy, dude.
Stupid ass.
That's a fallacy. Oh, a bunch of people say it, so it must be true.
Yeah, people who know more than
That's
you.
appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority.
Sure
fallacy,
is.
dude.
It's all. If only that
That's all
they
you
had a
got
bunch of
tonight.
studies that prove that. But okay.
All you got tonight are contradictions and
And all you
and,
got
like,
is my Bible, idiot.
no. I used
You're
your
so
own
brain
worldview to
rotted.
crush you tonight. I use
All right,
science to
so-
crush you.
All right, so we're gonna start this timer up. Get into the official questions from the chat. Chat. I don't see too many super chats, so I think if you got questions, get them in that questionnaire, okay? Because we don't have too many in the super chats tonight. So let me start
there's an Andrew
the
Wilson debate.
timer up. And I know there's a lot going on tonight. There's like
Yeah.
7 different things going on tonight. It's crazy. Sep Eternal Chaos comes in with $2 just showing support. Thank you very much. Xavier sends in 5 just for your trouble, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. Matthew, if it all fails, says, shout out to all us Christo-fascists making babies. Someone has to continue the species.
Yeah, really quick, First Amender. Who's between the Christians and you guys? Who's winning the evolutionary game right now?
So just because there's nothing like in evolution. Well, hold on. There's nothing in evolution that is like tying you to Christianity. It's just a cultural thing. There's no like
Really?
allele frequency to
Where
Christianity.
does culture come from?
And so it's social. So
Where does that
like
come? Where does social
if
come
you,
from?
for example, are like super devout Christians and you end up
Where does
having a
social
child,
come
there's
from?
nothing guaranteeing that child will also be
Where
a
does-
Christian.
Yeah,
So
most likely,
in
yeah.
fact,
It's
we
just
actually
kinda like,
observe
what's
pretty
crazy about that,
consistently
Mender?
throughout the
There's
globe
a study out
there
there.
being less
There's a study out there that
less
says that
Christians.
kids
Hold on,
that,
one at a
raised
time.
time.
Let Amender
parents-
finish what he's saying and then
Yeah.
respond.
In fact, there's less overall. There's less Christians now than there have been, and there's only going to continue to be less because it is a completely nonsense worldview.
Well, that's funny. You say that, worldviews don't.
Yeah, you can have as much
Yeah,
babies
Tom,
as you
hold
want.
on,
That doesn't
hold on,
guarantee
Matt.
they'll
No,
be
Let him
you just
Christians.
respond.
finished.
Let him
I'm
respond.
just letting
You
you can let
moron.
me respond now. Like, this is what a debate is. It's not your fucking call-in show where
We're
you
in a
could
Q&A,
hang up on
moron.
me and ban me, dude. Yeah, but now it's my turn, right? You
Yeah, go
got
ahead,
your
do your
turn. I didn't
Q&A.
talall over you.
Go
Now
ahead.
it's my turn, right?
Why is it being so?
All
All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Respond. Go ahead and
yeah.
respond.
Anyway, so
Love the
let's
meta.
see. I lost my train of thought. So what was the last thing you said?
Talking about how Christians having babies doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
mean
So-
their babies will
right.
be Christian.
Right. So here's the thing, Amender. Isn't it funny that, I saw a study that kids who are raised by LGBTQ parents household, right? They are more likely to be LGBTQ when they grow up.
Yeah, kind of like how in Christian
Hold on,
households.
yes or no? You believe
Yes,
that's true, right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so if we make more Christian households, then there will be more Christian children, even if a few of them fall out, right?
No, there's a
Overall?
steady decline in Christianity over time.
Hold on, no, that doesn't answer what I'm
The
saying.
answer
Yeah,
is
but
no.
Actually, you're wrong right now. There's
I'm
not
not
a
wrong.
steady
That's
decline.
empirically the fact.
actually
It has been in
bottoming
decline
out.
for decades.
No, it's actually bottoming out right now, and you're seeing a surge, right? Right now, you could look it up. Orthodox Christianity is the fastest growing branch of Christianity in America currently. You could
Wrong.
look that up. That's a fact. No, that's a fact. You could look that up.
It's not a fact.
And anyway, yes, it is. Anyway, and the reason why I'm doing stuff like this, right? Argumentation on the internet is because I am changing people's minds when I debate, right? Like you said,
It's a
you
shame
believe
you're a
in
complete
changing
idiot.
minds. I believe in free will. So I
It's a
believe
shame you're like a
people have
complete
the free
moron,
will.
so you're going to have a hard time changing people's minds.
No. Look, you guys don't have kids, right? You turn gay and
Again,
trans.
there's
you can't
nothing that
reproduce.
indicates that your children will be Christians just because you're Christians having babies.
Right, but everything
In fact, I
indicates
got to
that
tell you,
won't even
man,
have kids.
the road to atheism is paved with red Bibles. You ever heard?
But you
hear
got
that term?
zero. But you don't have any kids.
That's what
right?
made me an atheist. Is I read the Bible. It fucked
Yeah,
me up.
right.
I was like, "There's no
I
way
get it.
that a God made this."
But you're not supposed to read the Bible alone.
Yeah,
That's not
I'm
how it
aware.
works.
You have to like get indoctrinated and be told a specific thing instead of just reading what it says.
Just like your evolution belief that you couldn't support.
There's no
tonight,
indoctrination.
Right?
There's
Pure
the empirical
indoctrination.
evidence and showing that empirical evidence.
No,
it's up to you to decide whether or not that empirical
I
evidence
just pointed
is
out
justifiable.
the empirical evidence is what passes through the scientific method, right? Adaptation.
Yeah, that's
does
why all
pass through the
scientists
scientific method.
agree that evolution is false.
No.
You're an idiot.
All scientists agree that
evolution is true.
Microevolution passes through the scientific method.
Microevolution and macroevolution are the same thing.
You need a story. You need a story.
Nope,
and add more time.
The
Let me ask
geologic
you,
epochs of time. It's not a story.
Amender, really quick. When you leave milk out on the counter, is the time what causes the milk to rot?
No. Also, that wasn't even a
time
sentence.
Doesn't change anything, right?
Is the time causes the milk to rot? You sound
is
like a
the
moron.
time what causes? Listen to me. Is the time what causes the milk to go bad?
No, bacteria
when you leave it out on the counter. Right, the bacteria does. So time doesn't cause anything, right?
Well, time is required for bacteria to progress.
I agree, but that's not the cause of the milk spoiling.
The cause of the milk spoiling is bacteria over time.
Yeah, right. Bacteria, right? So now what's the cause of macroevolution?
The cause of macroevolution is the chart that I've provided below over time.
Just tell me with your, say what? What?
The chart that I've provided below there over time.
No. You can't just say the chart I provided below. Tell me specifically what is macroevolution. Yeah.
The chart I provided below over time.
No. That's just showing me pictures. How do pictures plus
allopatric, parapatric, or sympatric formations that result in over time, resulting in speciation?
No. The bacteria in the milk is what's causing it to rot, right? Over time. What's the causal mechanism that's causing the genetic mutation to go from Pakicetus to a whale?
I mean, I would have to go over specifically each individual step to determine whether or not it was an allopatric, parapatric, or sympatric.
But what are you doing here, bro?
Mutation.
You can't defend evolution. This is a basic question.
That's not a basic question. That's a very niche.
I understand
evolution
better than you, and I'm the dumb Christian, right?
Let's get to more of these. Looks like most of these aren't questions. They're mostly so. Just give thank yous to Detroit Dabbler. Prince of Dogs, thank you very much. Matthew, if it all fails, says Evo fans and moon landing apologists. Thank you very much, Matthew. And Leah Bobia says Amender also believes in mass unaliving of babies.
Right. Does that benefit evolution?
I just believe in a woman's right to choose.
Does that benefit evolution?
That has absolutely nothing to do with evolution, you moron.
As the woman's right to choose.
That has nothing to do with evolution, you moron.
You could ask. No, it does. I could easily watch this question, right? Has the woman's
I didn't want to get into a stupid abortion debate with the moron. Can we go to the next
This is an evolution debate. I'm asking you an evolution
question. It has nothing to do with evolution. You're talking about some fucking stupid shit, dude.
Come on. On a species level,
I believe in a woman's right to choose.
If a species begins, if the female half of the species starts mass unaliving its young, is that
they're not mass unaliving their young? They're just choosing when they want to have a baby.
No, they're having less babies or no babies.
So that there's no indication that we wouldn't necessarily have more babies in the future. It's just people right now are choosing to not have babies because babies are expensive.
So we got to change them back to Christians again to get them to have more babies.
If they had more money, they would likely have more babies.
No, money doesn't have anything to do with it.
If it's easier to have babies, you're going to have babies.
Let's get to the next question. I'm not sure what comes in from.
That's empirically false.
I'm not sure what he meant.
If you look at like teenagers that don't know what they're doing, then indeed they have more babies.
More people have more kids.
That's not true. That's a more complicated answer than you think.
Hold up. Let me get the questions out, guys. This next question comes in from Bricky. I'm not sure what the first part of it means, but the second part, wouldn't a phrase like adaptation just be more suitable? I guess you could answer.
Adaptation would be a part of evolution. Like, I don't know why the distinction. It just is understanding that there are slight changes as you have babies, and then those babies have babies, and you end up having the same lineage as your ancestry, but over long geologic epochs of time, if you're able to acknowledge small steps over time, large treks are made.
You need big steps.
No, you don't. You just have little steps every step of the way.
Why would it benefit
if I walked forward 1 inch every minute, eventually I would hit a mile.
If you were
would
like
it take
an
a long
ape,
time? Yes,
right?
but I would hit a mile eventually.
In random mutations and natural selection, right? You believe that?
What?
You believe in random mutation and natural selection and the environment causing the pathway to what I would call macroevolution, correct?
So micro is macro. It's the same thing.
I don't care what you think. I'm asking you,
it's the same thing. It's just more time.
Are these the things, dude, stop. Are these the things that lead to the changes, right? Random mutation plus the environment, right? You agree?
No, it's more complicated than that.
No. Okay. Okay.
There's more to it than just that.
No, that's not true. I know what the evolutionary
just provided
model
speciation, instances of allopatry, parapatry, and sympatry.
Yeah,
all of those are factors of evolution.
Correct?
Yeah, there's always random mutation.
There's always random mutation. Thank you very much. And there's always the environmental factor, correct?
Yes. Well, sometimes not, but sometimes yes.
Sometimes
it depends.
Not.
Yeah, it depends.
Okay,
like for example, if it's parapatric, then no. The answer would be no.
No,
it's not,
there's no society, right? There's nothing.
No, it's just parapatry is just referring to there being a new niche that gets taken advantage
all
of.
People are apes, right? You believe
all
apes,
people are apes.
I know,
We're
you believe
apes.
that. I know you believe that.
Jesus
so if we were all apes at one point,
what a fucking dumbass and a racist
what would be
too.
Coming less,
Racist,
hold on, dude.
transphobe,
hey, you're spurg-maxing right now.
Douchebag.
Spurg-maxing.
Another fucking right-wing douchebag. I'm sure you'll do great
all right.
on social.
All right, let's get to the next question. Douchebag. This one comes in from Tiki Tack. It's for says 1stAmender. What are some common errors in radiometric dating geologists need to be aware of?
Yes, this is actually a great question. So yes, there is an instance, for example, if you have the collection at the surface. And the reason why is because there is specific understanding that there has to be a certain amount of uranium to lead concentration ratios. If it was left undisturbed from the air, then you would get an accurate estimate. However, if it's on the surface, or if it was recently in the surface within the past 100 years, we would know that we have introduced lead into the atmosphere over the past 150 years. And so there's actually higher concentrations of lead than, so the concept of it being half-life would not work. It would show that it's actually far older than it actually is at the surface. That's why it's really important to know that you are grabbing samples from areas that have been undisturbed from the air for a long period of time.
How do you know that?
That's just reading.
How would you know that? You just admitted earlier that you could find dinosaur bone closer to the surface than the rest of the dinosaur bone.
It's possible, yes. But you have to grab a sample that isn't exposed to the earth, that isn't exposed to the air, because you'll have higher lead concentration ratios. Yes. So you can't grab it from the surface, but you dig a bit and you can find that there is soil that has been
unreliable though.
It is reliable. It is reliable.
No, it's
we
not,
actually we tested radiometric dating on. We have tested radiometric. Shut the fuck up, you moron! Shut up! Shut up! I'm explaining it. We know, for example, the existence of certain kings with exact dates and times. And when we do radiometric dating of their artifacts or cloth that they are wearing, such as pharaohs from 2,000-3,000 years ago, we get very, very high degrees of accuracy of exact
That's only
points in
3,000
time.
years ago, bro. You're
But I'm
talking
saying
about
that that's one.
65
There's
billion
many
years ago.
there's many instances of this.
Crazy.
There's many instances of this.
Nah.
All right, we got 2 more super chats came in. One was from Matthew. If all fails, Hassan Piker 0.67. Okay, thank you, Matthew. And then Johnny McVito comes in for 5. Says Down syndrome Ralph Macchio. Oh my god. And drug-free Post Malone. Oh my god. Johnny coming in with
He's
the
just
roast.
fucking-
Thank you.
Just fucking
today.
asshole ableist, like just an asshole.
You're an asshole, Johnny. You hear that? You're a fucking asshole.
He's
This
just
is
losing
another
at
one from
evolution, don't
Tiki
worry.
Tack as well. I think it might be for Amender. What is the half-life of DNA? How would we genetically sequence million-plus-year-old genetics?
Well, you wouldn't genetically sequence 1.5-year-old. You would just be able to
You don't have it.
yeah, I mean it's stone at that point if you're talking
Yeah,
multiple
right.
million year old.
Yeah. And you could also make a fossil in 2 weeks.
What?
Yeah, you can.
Make a fossil in 2 weeks.
You could.
You can create a fossil in 2 weeks. There's a rapid model of the geological process using a saturated salt solution and a sponge representing bone. You can produce mineralized hardened replica in just a few days. In laboratory settings,
That's right.
scientists have even created fossils in 24 hours using heat and pressure. What's your point?
Oh shit! There goes fossils, bro.
No, because you're talking about a natural time frame versus forcing it. But
Oh
okay.
damn! But yet, if like a volcano or something happens, then it's all fucked, right?
All right. Next one that came in was from Hardwire 1%er. Says natural selection may make a species better over time, but why does it never make a new species? Humans may change, but still only make humans. Fish can't make monkeys, and monkeys can't make humans.
That's right.
So it's a fundamental misunderstanding of how evolution works.
Oh.
We share common genetic ancestors to things that exist now. So, first of
That's
all,
an
humans.
assertion.
First of
You
all,
can't
humans
prove
are not.
that.
Yes, we can through the
No,
geological.
you can't. All you got is bones with no
through,
DNA.
we have. So
No, you got bones. You got
So
million
monkeys
plus
monkeys
year
are
old
not.
bones.
Are,
don't have
Hold
any
up,
DNA.
let him finish and then refute it.
So monkeys are not apes and humans are not monkeys. These are not the same thing. So monkeys, they possess a tail. Humans have a vestigial tail bone, but it is receded. And so we are not related to monkeys. However, we share a genetic ancestor between monkeys and apes, but that's much further back than say humans and chimpanzees who do not have a tail.
Story.
So it's making
That's just a story.
new species. So over millions of years of separation, you literally would make new species if there's differences in the environment.
Assertion.
Humans may still change, but only, yeah. Okay. So I feel like I explained it in the same way that you're still a chordate, you're still a eukaryote, you possess the same as your genetic ancestry. And no matter how far you go forward, it will forever be the same, but there's just additions, if that makes sense.
Amender, I got a question. Like, are there some humans that are more evolved than other humans?
No.
No, they're all the same.
Like what does it
would
mean to be more evolved? That's not really a
like
scientific
better
question.
adapted? Better adapted for
what?
living and continuing on their species.
At what? I don't know. Like for living and continuing on their species. If that were the case, fungi have got us all beat by
No,
a
I'm
long
talking
shot.
about humans.
There's a there's like a
specifically humans.
Humans. We're all the same. We have a stunning amount of genetic similarity between all humans across the globe. And the reason why it's actually a very interesting realization is that within the past, like I think it was 20 or 30,000 years, we basically got down to less than 10,000 humans in a specific region. And so as a result, we have a stunning amount of genetic similarity.
So,
And I think the
are
only
you familiar?
exceptions of there being somewhat more genetics
None
differentiation
of this matters.
would be
Let me get you to the
people
question
in the
I'm getting at
Philippines.
here, because I think you misunderstood it. Let me try a different way. So, did you know that there are?
Yeah, I know you're trying to like imply this like
chimpanzees-
racist intent, but I'm
hold on.
just giving you like
Did you
what the
know
geologic,
that within
the
chimpanzees,
genetic
right?
understanding.
That no, you.
Yeah, I know you were trying to like
can
you're trying to
engage- you
shoot
can
shoehole
engage with
me
the
into
questioning.
racism,
You
but
can
I'm not a
engage with the
racist like you, so
questioning.
that's the
You
difference.
can
Yeah, I
engage
engaged
with
in the
the question,
questioning,
though.
and it's
No,
a
so
not
let me get the
racist
question now, so you
response.
can engage with it, right? So let's
idiot.
say, well, did you know within chimpanzees, right?
Uh,
They're
yeah,
the
okay,
only other
racist.
group. You don't believe in chimpanzees? I'm giving you an example here, bro. Can you relax? You're spurg maxing right now. I could tell.
Yeah, because you're an
look,
idiot.
Look, listen, dude. There are certain chimpanzees, right? They're the only other species other than humans who will gather into large groups and journey over to the territory of another group of chimpanzees, and they will tear them to shreds and take their females and their territory and their resources, right?
Uh-huh.
That is evolution working itself out, right? So if
Yes.
I have the means, I have all the firepower and the means to go and, let's say, take over Africa, all of Africa, that would just be mankind working itself out and evolution working as planned, right? Like my superior group with the superior technology to our
I mean, my
superior
question becomes
brains,
not about evolution, but like the moral.
No, that
like
is
the moral destruction.
There's no morality. There's no it's survival of the fittest.
Yeah, so like I wouldn't apply like evolution as like my framework for that. I would just look at like human death and suffering, unnecessary death and suffering that doesn't need to happen through human reason.
Are working out evolution, right? Like one group is asserting its dominance over another. We are just descendants of apes also, according to you.
Well, we are apes.
And
it's not that we're descendants of apes. We
why
are
is
apes.
that? You're making a special pleading fallacy right now, right? You get that, right?
No, it's not a fallacy. It's the fact.
It is a
That's
fallacy.
A fact.
You're
the fact is we are apes. Humans are part of great apes.
Okay,
the
so
taxonomic
apes,
category of great
apes,
ape.
And chimpanzees go to war with each other, right? And we go to war with each other. What's wrong with me going down to South America?
The unnecessary human death and suffering.
No. They have
the unnecessary human death and suffering. We don't need to.
No,
do
I'm giving them a choice.
I think we're getting back into like epistemology here.
Well, it ties in to his worldview, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I don't like the human death and suffering, and so because we're a social species, it benefits us to cooperate as opposed to fight.
Why do you hate evolution so much?
Evolutionarily speaking, we do better by cooperating. Survival of the fittest. We do better by cooperating. We're a social species. That's how we evolved as humans.
Okay,
we would get better outcomes by cooperating than fighting one another.
I'm going to offer a chance to cooperate, right? I'm going to tell the president of Mexico, I'm going to be like, surrender your armed forces, or I'm going to come lay the hammer down because you got shit that I want, and I want that shit.
Yeah, that's
so you're
going
to share that shit unfairly with
death
me
and suffering
because I'm strong enough and I say so. So here's my negotiation. I got all the firepower.
It causes unneeded death and suffering, so I wouldn't do that.
No. I'm giving them a choice. They have a choice.
No. I wouldn't want to do that at all. I would just leave them alone because I don't want unneeded death and suffering.
Death and suffering is necessary for evolution.
So we, in terms of like us humans, we don't like have natural predators anymore, really. Like not in the strictest sense. We basically pulled ourselves out of like evolution and like the natural pressures of evolution that happen, such as disease and predation.
I just gave you the chimpanzees that go to war with each other over resources and mating and all that.
We work together as humans.
Why can't I fight
We're
over
better off
resources
by working
with other
together.
humans?
Because we can work together as humans. We do better by working together.
Why can't I?
Why does he say? Can we move on? He's asking the same question 1,000 times over, and I'm answering the same way. No, because I'm answering the same thing, and you asked the same question.
Well, I'm just confused of why we're getting into morality here. It's kind of a little off track.
Yeah, true.
It's type. True. No, what I'm saying is what he's in denial of. Easy is I gave him two examples of evolution, right?
I'm
This
Yeah,
is
but you're
naturally
asking him the
you're an idiot.
morality of it, right? I'm sure
No,
he
I'm not
would
asking
agree
him-
that
I'm-
humans
And just so
do
you're
this.
aware,
No,
I
I'm
base my
saying there's
morality
no
based on human
morality.
reason.
There's no
That's what I-
morality.
that's
I'm
what I
trying
do.
to I'm trying to show him that there isn't any morality within the evolutionary worldview. That's what I'm trying to show
Yeah,
him.
okay, I understand. And I think
Yeah,
he would
there's
agree
morality
in
on the
his
basis of
worldview
human
No, he
that
doesn't
it's
agree. He
subjective. I
disagrees
think-
with
There
me.
is morality
No,
on
I
the
think
basis
he
of
would
human
say
reason.
morality is subjective in his worldview.
Yes.
I've watched him enough to know.
Thank you.
Okay, so if it's subjective, then it's not objectively wrong for me to take shit from other groups of humans if I have the means
Correct.
to do it.
It's just subjectively wrong. Correct.
Glad we got there. Perfect.
All right.
All right. moron.
Johnny McVito says, "Sorry, 1stAmender, just jokes." YouTube Morpheus.
Appreciate it.
Hey, I like those shades. I have shades just like those, so I like those.
I got these because they were rainbow colored, and I'm very pro LGBT, so I got the.
Well, I
rainbow
didn't get
color.
them because of
I
that.
know
but
it.
I like the round shades. I have plenty of them, and one's just like that with the like rainbow tint on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a deleterious mutation, right?
Got
And
it.
Nico
Homophobia,
just
like
come
an
to say
asshole.
hello,
Deleterious.
weirdos. Hello, my favorite weirdo in the chat, Nico. Thank you. And then let me see. We had another one in the Q&A from. First, we got one from. Who is this? Druid just says,
I think he
Kung
did
Fu
that one.
Joe,
Oh.
did you buy the Ben 10 jacket from Temu and got a yellow one, or were you meaning to look like Kill Bill? Now that he pointed out the Kill Bill thing, I see it. That's hilarious. That's actually cool.
Kill Bill stole it from Bruce Lee, to be clear.
True. That's right. That's right. That's funny. I didn't even realize that until he pointed it out. Question for 1stAmender. This is from Teriak. You do realize if the theory includes random mutations, that means by definition they're unpredictable, meaning you can't use it to predict, making the theory useless, right?
No, I just showed predictive outcomes through multiple different means, from endogenous retroviruses to slight differentiation based on geologic epochs to understanding specific stratification in the Carboniferous era that enable us to find hydrocarbons. These are all instances of by definition, a prediction that has been made on the basis of understanding evolution.
It's just begging the question all the way down.
You could say that, but you're still wrong. It's not
No, you
question
didn't
begging,
provide a
and you're just wrong.
falsification. You didn't provide any kind of falsification that could be.
I did provide falsification.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Is there a human that is in, say, 2 billion year epoch?
No.
Provide me one.
I already told you we found dinosaur bones close to the surface.
You think that there are humans next to dinosaur bones in the same layer? You think so?
No, sometimes they're above the layer of humans. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a thing called folding. Are you aware of what folding is?
So it takes your whole thing. It takes your whole.
No, it doesn't. It means that there's folding.
Yeah, it defeats it all.
So when we look at the geologic epoch and get the exact age, we find that it is older. And then when we look at the actual geographic stratification, we find, oh, there's a fold. That's why it's so high up. Or there's a cut. There's a crevice that enables us access to something that's millions of years old. Yes, that also happens. You can cut into something in the same way you can cut into a jawbreaker. You moron.
That's begging the question.
No, it's not. You're a moron.
Oh my God, yes it is. Begging the question.
All right. So next one comes in from Leah Bobia. Says, all these ists and phobes mean nothing. Coming from you, Amanda, just because people disagree with you doesn't mean they're hateful. But you, on the other hand,
there wanting to create the racist
hateful.
implication. Yeah, he was the one that wanted them to create the racist implication, referring to black people, only black people as apes, despite the fact that I'm saying that all humans are apes. But he's sitting there wanting to create the racist implication. He then showed his transphobia by saying that there's something abnormal or something that should not happen among trans people and gay people. So yeah, he's a transphobe, he's a homophobe, and he's a racist. Really classic.
No, you agreed. It's your
All right.
worldview.
No,
It's
you're
not
just a
my worldview.
douchebag, troll,
No, it's not my
asshole
worldview
that doesn't
that
care about
anyone's an
facts or logic or reason and want
No.
to and want to display your hate on
there's-
the internet
there's
for
no
everybody.
facts or
I'm
logic.
sure
All
you'll
right.
be really
You
fucking
had
popular
zero
online
scientific
soon.
Let's
facts.
get to the
Zero.
next
What an
one
asshole.
here. I'm not sure what they even mean. They just said, what about forced evolution like CRISPR?
CRISPR's a
So
gene manipulation therapy.
Oh yeah, that's what CRISPR is. But I'm not sure what the question is, to be honest.
yeah, so
Oh, he's saying that it's basically
I don't know if it's
engineering.
it's not really forced evolution. What that is just basically changing like individual DNA nodes. I don't think that's the proper term, but
I agree. So
DNA
when you get
nodes-
fruit flies that change
well,
into different looking fruit
God,
flies,
you're
that's
fucking.
not
That was a
evolution
question
either.
for me, you dumb fuck.
Oh, I can't engage with it?
No, because you're dumb.
It doesn't say your name on it.
Jesus Christ, fucking idiot.
You're the only one who failed all the tests here, bro, and I'm the idiot. I'm the one judging.
All right, we got
macroevolution.
let me see.
Yeah.
We got 30 seconds left. I got another question here. It says, if evolution is real, so this one for you, Amanda, if evolution is real, why do so many variations continue to exist? Why wouldn't evolution suggest eventual homogeneity?
So there exist barriers, for example, allotropy, where you have, for example, a mountain range or something that prevents access from one location to another, or an ocean, which will cause there to be different environments. And so you could have, example, thank you very much, by the way, 50 for that dono. I'll go ahead and ask him that question. By the way, put in your donos for questions for, what's your King, what's your name? Joe?
Kung Fu Joe.
Kung Fu Joe. Yeah. For Kung Fu Joe, if you guys want. So you could, for example, have allotropy where there's a physical separation. Or for example, you have like a new food source that would be a parapatric relationship where that food source isn't normally consumed, but there is a mutation that enables that consumption. Or sympatry, where it's just random genetic mutation that causes a polymorphism within the population. So all of those are factors of that. Yeah.
Amender, how many different forms are there between the Pakicetus and the whale?
I think out of the chart that I had there was about 7, but it's kind of a weird, it's weird to say that because like the thing is like, understanding evolution, it's a gradient. It's like it is a slow and gradual process that eventually result into it being a whale. It's not that it is designed to turn into a whale and that the destination is whale. It's a gradient.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Right. So how many
there's no
forms
literal
are there
number there. There's no literal number there.
So it's like as many genders as there are?
Again, you're just being a transphobe. This has nothing to do with the trans argument.
Hold on, wait. When does one clade become another?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
At what point? You don't know that? You're cooked, bro.
Let me look.
All right.
Hold on. I don't know off the top of my head. It becomes another new lineage when it diverges from a common ancestor, creating a new distinct exclusive branch. Clades are defined by a single common ancestor and all its descendants, forming nested structures where small clades exist inside larger ones.
That's begging the question.
So that is going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight.
Wait,
Thank you to
I got
everyone.
a question. I got a dono with a question.
It
was
question. Go ahead.
$9.99 that was sent in by 55 asking a question for Kung Fu Joe saying, do you understand? Have you ever seen the Tree of Life graphic single cell to now with emphasis on branch points of speciation?
Yeah, I've seen your monad like hell tree of Satan. I've seen that before. Yeah.
Holy crap, you're dumb.
I mean that it's just made up, bro. It's just we drew it up and it trust
you
me,
literally
bro.
just said that
Trust
is
me, bro,
Satan.
all the way down.
You're a fucking idiot.
Zero. Zero science.
And we did
by
have
the
one
way.
more super chat on this side. Sorry. Leah Bobia said only one side is name calling and insulting here.
Yes, I'm perfectly okay with insulting the racist, homophobic,
Yeah, that's all you
transphobe piece of
got.
garbage. Yes, I
I
love
don't
doing that.
believe in,
And
I
I've
don't
provided
believe
lots of
Michelle
evidence.
Obama's
So
an ape.
be mad all you want. He's just being a racist,
No.
transphobe, homophobe.
He's the one who
piece of
said
garbage.
Michelle Obama was an ape. So that's
All
not my
right, all
worldview.
right. So that's going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. I want to say thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you the debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang for the open panel tonight?
No, I gotta head
Yeah,
out.
I can hang for a bit. Yeah, of course
Okay.
you do. You better run.
Okay.
I gotta fucking talk to the fucking troll
You better
morons.
run.
You talk to the troll morons. I'm not
You
gonna waste
better
my
It's
time.
all right,
with
it's
this.
all
I
right.
would run too.
It's totally fair.
Yeah, it
totally
turns out
fair.
when you get yelled at by like
Yeah,
10,
you got
12
cooked so
people.
fucking
yeah,
bad.
fucking douchebag.
I
Go
get it.
fuck
I get
yourself.
it.
Oh,
It's
I've
totally
been in
fair.
that
So,
arena, bro.
Hold up,
Trust
one second.
me.
I'm
one
in the
second.
arena right now. Fuck
All
off.
right, one sec.
You
Sec.
get cooked.
What's gonna happen next? Is I'm gonna roll the debate outro and song. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just obviously come ready to question, debate, think. And if you're coming up to try and like troll, bring personal dramas, talk over everyone, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit it. All right. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Okay. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, go ahead and hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reasons battles. We got Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Peace. Nah, I'm not sticking around for that shit, bro. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Hold on. Let me pull up. Let's see. This is Chrome, so I should be able to just fuck that, fuck that. I ain't doing that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. All right, hold on a sec. Let's bring it back. Bring it back, bring it back. All right. And then hold on, there's some extra here on this side. Okay, StreamYard. I'm just restoring my setup here. I like to make this square. Square. Hold on a sec. Sorry. Just working on this. We got time for a little bit of calls. Might as well, right? I'll take a call. Hold on. Someone called mid-debate. I forgot to turn it off. Yeah, all right. Phones are open. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. You guys want to have a discussion? We can do so. I'll hear you out. Wow. God damn, dude. That guy was a douchebag, bro. That guy was an asshole. God, what a fucking idiot. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Boy, I sure do hate Jews.
All right, cool. All right, enjoy the block. Don't do that again. 10 calls, 202-998-5218. Don't come in being a fucking asshole. I'm just going to remove you instantly. Like, you're really not going to have another chance. You're going to get one chance at that, and that's it. I'm going to remove you. You're on the line with 1stAmender. Hello? You're on the line with 1stAmender. Hello? All right, nothing. You're on the line with 1stAmender. Hello? You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello there.
Oh, shit. You sounded loud. What the fuck was that? Taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. I'll hear you out. I'll listen. I think I accidentally misclicked that guy, but he was kind of loud. Call in.
What don't
Hey, yo, we got Speakeasy who just joined $20 Canada dollars. Says you're still in the show. Oh, I gotta leave. Just didn't know you meant to be. Good job. Thanks for coming. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Speakeasy. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
So I was watching the debate.
Is this Chaos? How you doing, Chaos?
Yes, sir, brother. We
All right.
chilling.
What did you think?
I mean, listen, like it's.
Well, you don't like that I
It's
insult
annoying
him?
because. No, I didn't care about the insults. I was just more or less annoyed because he picks and chooses what scientific method he wants in his own perception.
Yeah.
Like it's. I understand. Like, here's the thing. I understand. Okay, you're a Christian. Fantastic. You believe in the Bible. There is theistic evolution standards. Like, I'm a theistic evolution. I believe that the Earth is 4.4 billion years old. That's fine. Science works with that. But like, he didn't even acknowledge that, even when his worldview was pressured, and he just discredited
He's like,
archaeology.
I need you to defend evolution. I don't need to defend my worldview. I'm like, lovely. Very thought terminating.
Yeah, and I'm so confused. Like, does he not believe archaeologists are real? Like,
yeah, I don't know. He just thinks it's not
here?
science or whatever. He's just a moron.
Yeah, because apparently
It's
geology,
really a shame.
archaeology,
Horrible.
like, all of that stuff. Yeah, not science.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Like, you got to start debating better people, dog. Like, you got to start debating better people, dog. Like, I
These
can't.
are the type of people that want to debate me.
This is insane. Listen, I fuck with Speakeasy. I fuck with the show that he does, WDAD. But, like, the people on those panels, bro, because I've been on
They're
his,
pretty bad, aren't they?
On his,
They're pretty bad.
I've been on his late night show after panels before.
Yeah.
And they get crazy.
Yeah, they're
They get
awful.
crazy.
They're awful human. Why do you think I don't go to them? Why do you think I'm just like, nope, nope. I
Oh,
ain't doing
man.
that.
Nah, I feel that. Well, listen, it was a good debate. I definitely want to see more. Very good. I'm gonna let the phones breathe so that somebody else can call in. But yeah,
Appreciate
good job,
it,
brother.
Chaos. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, everybody. Have a great night.
By the way, if you guys are not subscribed, please subscribe. It really does help a lot, my channel. It's been growing, and I plan it's going to be growing even more as time goes on. So, comments on the debate. Phone lines are open. Please try not to troll. I will remove you instantly. You will be insta-banned, and you will not be able to call from that number again. You're on the line with 1stAmender. Hello? You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Do you need me to introduce myself or anything?
Can I get your name?
Yeah, my name is Brenton.
Hey, Brenton. What you want to talk about?
All right, so I'm coming from the perspective of an American Muslim, and I was just wondering if there's anything that would convince you personally to believe in a God, and then if they did convince you to believe in a God, would you then abandon your ideas on evolution, or would you continue with them?
So evolution, my evolution understanding and my God understanding are two completely separate things. So like if you're talking about evolution, what I would have to observe is like the geologic epoch doesn't work. Endogenous retroviruses yield no predictive outcome whatsoever. The similarities between animals are not observable in any way, or that there is a better explanation for it. That would probably be like my defeater for evolution. I mean, that's a very, very tall bar because we just have gone through hundreds of years of proof and information that yields to that being more true than not. And it is a pretty simplistic explanation for a whole series of phenomena. In a very elegant way, it is able to explain it. The biblical worldview shows no ability to do that. And it, in fact, the hypothesis that have been laid by the Bible have largely been disproven. And regarding the Quran, specifically with Islam, I reject just the God views entirely because we can't exhibit any force of a God at all within our universe. And if we posit that there exists a God outside of our universe that just invokes the universe, it presumes an anthropomorphism outside space-time, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, I like that response a lot. One variable I think that might change your opinion, though, like specifically, relating to Islam, is if you lived at 9867.
All right, that is a ban, auto ban for that. Yeah, more people trying to dox me, being assholes. This is all the right has. They just try to dox you and harass you and treat you like garbage. Send pizzas to your house and try to publish your address everywhere. I don't really care. Show up to my house. I will presume that you're there to take my life and you will be arrested. Anyway. Ting calls. Again, it's like if you're like, for example, if you're like a pro-trans advocate, you get doxxed to all hell. Like, how dare you want human rights for trans people and gay people and all that stuff. You can't do any of that. Let's see here. Infamous says, I don't really care, yet insta bans him. Says that you do really care, moron. What? He's doxing me. He's trying to dox me. Yeah, I insta ban him because he's trying to dox me openly. Are you seriously thinking, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you in particular. Let me take care of you. Infamous Brad. Ban. It's nice knowing you. All right, next. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello.
Hello. Can I get your name?
Hi, my name is Jack.
Jack?
I'm a white Christian male. And I was wondering about, from the list, I can say about trans women are women and trans men are men. From my belief...
What is going on with your microphone? There's something like there's a weird echo going on.
Maybe because 986.
All right. Enjoy the perma block. Another doxer. Another day. Rainbow Ash saying Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's not new for me. What's wrong with people? Yeah. Was easy. Well done moderating. Shout out to Warrior Burger. Yeah, I'm just going to start mass banning. I'm just mass banning people. You guys are going to be fucking douchebags. You're on the line with 1stAmender. Hello? You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello? Can you hear me? My name is Vladimir. You live at 98.
Block. At least they're diverse. Rubik says, I'm tempted to call in just to stop trolls calling. Yeah. Let's say you should still look into getting a ring first for your home. Security systems aren't that expensive. Yes, true. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Nigger.
All right. That's a ban. It's 10:58. If I don't get a legitimate call, I'm going to bed. I got work in the morning. Got shit to do. Gotta work. I appreciate those that are actually being legitimate, which is fabulous. I really appreciate y'all. Those that are actually like good people that legitimately want to have conversations. You know, let's see. Bet837 says that was a good showing, 1stAmender. You were aggressive. We need a more aggressive 1stAmender. I appreciate that. Yes, I think so too. You got to call these people out for the bullshit that they do. They're awful. They just say the most horrible stuff. Ask yourself this, man, when it comes to like trans and gay people, there is nothing about trans and gay people that prevent you from living a tradcon life, right? They just want to live their life a different way. And that's okay. It doesn't hurt you in any way for them to live their life as they see fit. So I appreciate you guys very much for showing up, having these conversations and debates. And I think the chat has gotten more polite, which is good. I think that's really fabulous. We're actually legitimately building a community here. And I think it's super cool that we're doing that. And by the way, if you have not joined the Discord, discord.gg/1stAmender. It's a very inclusive space. Just be aware that it is an inclusive space. If you come in to troll, you will very quickly be banned. We have very active moderators. I am also a very active moderator there. So don't try to come in and be a douchebag. You will just get banned. We have bots handling a lot of this stuff. So just please behave if you plan on being there. But I hang out there all the time. I talk with people constantly. Me, my friend Druid, we hang out all the time in there. That with a friend Irma. And sometimes people just pop in from the YouTube channel. And I'd love to hear from you. You know, I really do. I like to have conversations with people. So, you know, but please, if you could, just try to be friendly. Don't be a dick. You know, it's pretty simple. I'm still taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, we can. But I'm about to go to bed. I could probably take one more call, and I'm hoping for a legitimate, a real call. It's a Rubik says, Soy Jack is a common moniker for people that like to dox and troll people like you, Amender. Yes, that is true. By the way, Rubik's and Bobro, if you are there, Rubik's, are you a mod? You're a mod, right? Yeah, you could ban whoever you want. Like, use your discretion. At your discretion. You know, ban who you like, right? There's a lot of really awful people, and you know, I'm perfectly okay with banning people that are not helpful. Phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
What's up, first?
Well. We have a familiar. I don't have much time, but let's
I
go
know
over
this
it.
isn't a debate. I'm just calling to cheer you up, man.
Yeah.
You won the debate.
Wait, hold
I
on. I'm
understand
feeling
the trolls.
great. Hold on. I'm
Okay,
feeling
cool.
great. I am. I mean,
All right,
just.
I'm just making sure because you sound like you're down and whatnot. If you won the
Okay,
debate, you
well,
should
I
cheer.
don't like people coming in and doxing me left and right. Obviously, that'll put anybody
Oh, well,
down.
yeah, I get that.
But honestly,
Fuck them.
I think it is fine. It's fine. You know, I think we're doing okay. All things
Okay,
considered.
then. That was it, man. Enjoy the night. You did well.
Appreciate you, Wall. I really do. We may disagree on fucking everything, but.
Well, yeah, because you're wrong a lot, but you're a good person.
You're wrong about everything, Amender.
No. You're normally a good 60-40 on being right.
Oh
I'll
my
give you that
God,
much.
bro, you're killing me, man.
But it's cool. But also, I'm looking forward to the trial of Joe on Thursday, man.
The trial of the you mean that the guy that tried to kill Donald Trump?
No. I'm talking about on your own channel, the trial of Joe. He said he was going to bring in all of his timestamps for his case.
I don't remember at all, but okay.
Wow, really? Okay.
Oh,
you
I
and Joe had the
remember.
debate.
No, I remember. Joe Pio. Yeah.
He said he's going to bring timestamps and all
yeah,
that.
bring it to me. Yeah, and I'll hear it out. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, cool beans. I'm just saying it's probably going to be interesting.
Okay.
All right, well, in that case, man, have a good night.
Okay. Rainbow Ash. Oh, hell. Okay. All right. Talk to you later, buddy. Thank you.
Later.
Rainbow Ash 666 is asking, I can help mod if you need more mods. I mod on a lot of other channels. Rainbow, I love you. Yeah, why not? Yeah, you're fucking legit. You're a member and everything. You sure, I'll give it to you. Don't make me regret it, okay? Just but for sure, just ban douchebags. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello?
Hi.
Who am I speaking to right now?
How old are you? Jesus.
I'm like 8.
Yeah, good talk. Block. Nope. Nope. Come on, we got one more call. It's 11:06. I'm already past bedtime. Guys, I appreciate you guys. All the donos that you guys have sent. That's really freaking killer. I want to thank 55 especially. She had donated tons, which is crazy. That's really nice. I want to thank Speakeasy for inviting me onto the podcast and accepting, despite the fact that I am very rude. I'm very rude. I'm very rude. Let's see. Eco-fascist cult of chewed? No, dude, I'm banning you. Fuck off. Ban that guy. Fuck. Cult of chewed? Fuck off. Fucking get rid of this dude. Cult of chewed. Fucking block user on YouTube. Nope. I'm good. Oh boy. Still got time. Any other calls? If I don't get anything, I'm going to bed. Message request. Who's sending me a message? Oh. Yeah, 55 sent me a very good. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to call it, guys. I appreciate y'all very, very much. Subscribe if you have not subscribed. Thank y'all, and have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. I'll probably stop by the Discord for a little bit, and then I gotta go to bed. But yeah. See y'all.